Hello, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me and see me and all those good things. You can see Zach Hang. Hi. Hi, Zach. Uh, Welcome to our new Wednesday stream time. So I know today's a little later than we used to be, but this is the new Wednesday stream time. I'm going to stream at this time for about 4 hours. The bonus, though, is I'm also going to stream Friday at the same time, also for about 4 hours. And then I'm going to stream on Sunday. The Wednesday and Friday times, Wednesday and Friday my time, they might be other days, depending on which side of the meridian you're on. But as always, you can check. YouTube will translate it to your time for you. Sunday, I think I'm going to play around a little bit with what time people like best. I think I'm going to try 10 a.m. my time this Sunday. But the Sunday time, I'm going to move around until people are happiest. That is my approximate goal with that. All right. We've got that news out of the way. Today's puzzle that was voted on by the supporters is this puzzle by Math Pesto, which seems to be a Heiawake Sudoku hybrid, so we'll go over the rules in a minute. Every stream, I do whatever puzzle has been voted on the most by my supporters. So last stream, I really proved that I did that, because last stream we did the puzzle Battleship by Naverio, which took us the entire 4-hour stream, but we got it done. If you're interested in seeing a really epic puzzle, I really recommend you can go back and watch the VOD of me solving Battleship. Tristan even went and added a battleship to the background of the sort of the thumbnail just to add to it, so that is fun. Hey, Kodak, welcome. I will, by the way, if you're curious about tutorials, we will get back to them. I'm going to wait until we have our new schedule set, and then we'll get back to the tutorials, so fear not. I think I might let myself do Renbon for the next one. We'll see. But we all know that is my favorite, so I've been putting it off. But I might finally let myself have a treat and do Renbon. Alrighty. But yes, so my supporters, they get a bunch of bonuses. They can use Zach emotes in the chat. Those are new. So if you missed last stream, we premiered the Zach emotes, which are now available to those of you who support on YouTube. So there you go, Isabella showing those off. You can also support on Patreon if you prefer, patreon.com/zetamath. And people who support at the windmill level or higher, that is at the medium tier or above, they get to vote on what puzzle we will do at the next stream. So this stream, that puzzle is Math Pesto with a record-breaking 11 votes, I believe, is the most. So the 11 supporters who voted for this are Woofer, Nordy, Ken, Doomdiot, Luda, Josh, Afraid Not, Crispy, Russ, and Chili. So this solve will be dedicated to all of you. Hopefully I will successfully solve it. Hey, Mr. Menace, welcome. I do think Math Pesto is by number of votes their puzzles get in the puzzle thing. I think they're the most popular setter on this stream. I really love Math Pesto puzzles. Math Pesto puzzles are great. It's funny, there's this Math Pesto puzzle called Smash Boy that I've been meaning to do, and the hilarious reason I have not yet done it is because Math Pesto puzzles keep getting voted for as the puzzle for me to do, and I usually don't do two puzzles by the same setter, especially not when they're usually as long as Math Pesto puzzles tend to be. But at some point, I might just bite the bullet and just also do Smash Boy one of these streams. Hey, Kajito, welcome. I was sorry I missed the conversation, by the way, Kajito, on Meme Stream about why it was that I made doublers a distinct region. I'll be happy to catch you later and talk about that. If you are interested in hearing my thoughts, because I saw you were intrigued in sort of conversing about that. Let's see. So let's read the rules of this puzzle, shall we? So we need to place the digits 0 through 8 in the grid so that no digit repeats in a row, column, or region. So it's almost Sudoku, except we only go from 0 to 8 instead of from 1 to 9, but that's still 9 numbers, so no huge problems there. A number in the top left corner of a cell gives the sum of the digits in that cell's region. A digit in a circle. So, sum of the shaded cells in that cell's region. So we're going to need to break this into regions, which I presume are going to be size 9. Yeah, they have to be size 9. They already told me that, because 0 through 8 makes 9 digits. They have to appear in every region once. So I'm going to make 9 cell regions, and I'm going to shade some cells. So Hayawake, if you've not seen it before, is this sort of pencil puzzle thing. I used to have an example laying around, but I seem not to have an example laying around anymore. That I could just sort of splash on screen. But it's a pencil puzzle where you shade some cells and don't shade other cells. Oh, sorry, Garion is completely right. I have misread the rules. So no digit can repeat in a row, column, or region, but each cell belongs to a rectangular region, which can be of 1 to 9 cells. So regions can be up to 9 cells in size. Sorry, they do not have to be that. Okay, so there are... Sorry, I did not read the first rule correctly. Okay. So we have that. A digit in a circle gives the number of shaded cells in that cell's region. So circled cells tell you the number of shaded cells. So that would be the traditional type of clue in a Hayawake. And note, all of these regions are rectangular, like in regular Hayawake. Wow, you finished all of Codex puzzles? That's impressive, Playmaker. I was thinking during Codex interview the other day that I really want to go back and do some of Codex earlier puzzles that perhaps I saw like 18 months ago Simon do, but I assuredly don't remember, but that acted as some sort of inspiration for me. So I might pull up some old Codex puzzles to do on stream at some point. That would be awesome. Hey, Jay, welcome. Okay. And so now we have to go through the Hayawake rules. So shaded cells cannot be orthogonally adjacent. So I'm going to mark the shaded cells in gray and the unshaded cells in green. I could never put 2 shaded cells next to each other. This is not allowed. And unshaded cells cannot form... Sorry, where is this rule? I want to be sure I count this correctly. None shaded cells form a single orthogonally connected region. So all the green cells are connected. There we go. And then this is the Hayawake rule, is the last one here. A straight line of connected non-shaded cells may not span across more than 2 regions. So we're going to draw our region borders in black, I believe. And so if my region borders look like this, this is still all fine. But now if this is a new region, this cell cannot be green, because now I have a green thing that spans 3 regions, and that's not allowed. That is the no-no. Even if this was shaded, by the way, even if this was shaded and not unshaded, that's still a big no-no. Although I realize that doesn't actually work, because then it would be a shaded touching an unshaded. But even if it looked like this is still a no-no. Cannot do that. Hey, Andrew, welcome. All right. Oops. That's not what I wanted to hit. That's what I wanted to hit. Alrighty. So first thing I see... We need a bet cell, by the way. Pesto, do you have a suggested bet cell? The first thing I see, by the way, is that every time 2 circles are next to each other, they have to be part of a different region. And the reason for that is that circles always separate digits, circles always give the number of shaded cells in a region. Sorry, I cannot talk today for whatever reason. And so because the circle gives the number of shaded cells in a region, right? I did remember that, right? Yeah. Then I can't have 2 circles in the same region, or that would repeat the digit. Row 1, column 7 is the betting cell for today. So I'm going to make the betting cell purple. That's the bet cell. And then we'll do our annotation in black. Okay. So So we have started several regions by virtue of these circles. Now, the thing I notice is that this region here is going to have to continue. Did I mean the bottom left border? Oh, you're right, you're right. Sorry, I did mean it, but only because I can't tell that this isn't a circle. I was about to expand on that further, but that's not where I should look. I should look here. So yes, between two circles, there have to be a there has to be a line, but not between a circle and a square. What does the square tell me again? A digit on a square gives the sum of all the shaded cells in that cell's region. And then... Okay, sorry. The number in... Okay, sorry. I misread this a long time ago. The sums here, these are the sums of all the cells in the region, not all the shaded cells. So that's a 26. That means we're summing all of the cells to 26. I misskimmed that. And so, on the other hand, the square is giving you the sum of the shaded cells. All right. Well, all the cells in this region sum to 15, which means this region has to be at least 2 cells. But this digit here, it cannot be a 2, which it would be at most, actually, if this region didn't keep going. So this region actually has to keep going even further, because in order to get to a sum of 15 and 2, I would need this to be at least 6. But if this is at least 6, then the region needs to be at least 6 cells, so that's not going to work. Yes, Isabella points out, I also need a border between 2 squares, which I think only happens the once, but for exactly the same reason. Because a square gives the sum of the shaded cells in a region, so I definitely need a border between the 2 squares as well. Completely agree with that. Okay. Now my question is it possible that this region ends here? Well, it's either ending here or it's ending after one more cell. So at most, this is a 2. Because here's my reasoning. This region, remember, they have to be rectangles. It might take this cell, but it could never take this cell because that would be joining 2 circles, which is verboten for the reasons we've been talking about. And I can only make... That's right, I have to remember that yes, the digits can be zeros. Sorry, this is 0 through 8, not 1 through 9. That is a good point that I should definitely keep in mind. I do not think I can have the killer sheet up for myself, but you can use it and shout at me in chat if I miss things. But the point is this region is at most these cells, and I can only fit 2 shaded cells in there because of the fact that shaded cells can't touch. So this is and so I'm glad Math Pesto mentioned that. This is a 0, 1, or 2. Depending on that, but it's not bigger than 2. Okay, but I don't think there's anything wrong with this being, say, 2, 7, 6. And that would add to 15, so I don't think I know that this needs an additional cell in it. Or anything like that. I don't know that these things are at the bottom left or anything. Okay, so this 3 here, we should really take a look at now, because I now understand what the rules actually say. This 3 is telling me that the sum of the digits in this region is 3. And so this region can only be 1 or 2 cells, and it can't be... Oh, it could be 3 cells. Sorry, this region is at most 3 cells. Because it could be 0, 1, 2. 0, 1, 2 is not going to work, however. Sorry, 0, 1, 2 might work, but that means that this is either going to go this way some amount or this way some amount. I probably can think about it with a square, but I'm seeing Garian's point now, and Garian's definitely right about this cell. Namely, this cell is counting two different things because it's both a circle and a square. The fact that it's a circle means it tells me the number of shaded cells. And the fact that it's a square means it tells me the sum of the shaded cells. And so I have a collection of cells where the number of them is equal to the sum of them. And I want to decide if that tells me what the number is. So the easiest way to do that would be that one of them is a 1, is that there's one of them and it's a 1. And I don't think I can do it any other way, can I? No, I could. I could do it as, it could be a 3, because I could have 0, 1, 2 as the shaded cells, and there's 3 of them. So I think this is a 1 or a 3, but I think it could be a 3, because the 0, 1, 2 sums to 3, and there are 3 of them. So I don't think Garian is correct that this is a digit, but I could be wrong. All right. 0, 2. Yeah, there's 2 of them and they sum to 2. That works. That makes sense. Oh yeah, it could be 0, right? Chad is also saying it could be 0 because it could be that there's no shaded cells down here. Right. So I think that is all okay. So here's another point I notice. This region, because it sums to 20, it always takes this cell. Because if it didn't, it would need to be 20 in 2 cells, which I cannot do. So because this region always takes this cell, that means that this region doesn't. So this is a no-no. This is a separate region, which means this region has to go up, which means that this goes at least that far. Now, for exactly the same reason up here, this region can't have size 2, because if it had size 2, this would need to be at least a 6, but that would be saying there's at least 6 cells. That's certainly crazy, so this goes up at least this 1 additional. So this region is at least these 3 in size. Wait, is it the sum of the shaded cells or the unshaded cells? Cell left corner of a cell gives the sum of the digits in that cell's region. A digit in a circle gives the sum of the shaded cells. A digit in a square gives the sum of the shaded cells. So yeah, this could be 0. I think this could be 0 just fine. That's just saying there are no shaded cells. And that would be fine, because regions don't need to have shaded cells. There is no law that says a dog can't play basketball or whatever. Same reasoning, by the way, up here with this 29. But 0 would be true for both of them. There would be 0 shaded cells, and they would sum to 0. 0 cells do sum to 0. This 29 could go up, but it always goes left. So that always happens. This 33 is not the same as this 14. 20 is the sum of all the digits, not the sum of all the shaded digits. I misspoke when I started this. 20 is the sum of all the digits. So I could still have digits that summed to 20 in here, even if this is a 0. Okay, so this 33, whatever it is, it goes at least to the left. Because of that. Why would there be 0 unshaded cells, Garian? I don't understand where you're getting that this has anything to do with unshaded cells. So this cell here, whatever it is, it's counting the shaded cells in a region that at absolute most takes these 4 cells. So this is also a 0, 1, or 2 for the same reason that this one was. Because again, this one is only these 4 cells at most, just because of the lines we already have drawn in. So that's a 0, 1, or 2 as well. Hey, Kurabon. Hey, SBQ. Welcome, welcome. I'm very intrigued by this 3, which I feel like I should probably get back to at some point. But I'm going to keep doing my whole expanding business. So the 26 here, its region has to extend down because it can't get there only by going over. So this region goes here. And I'm going to put in light grays that tell me things I know are in the same region. Just so that it's sort of minimally obnoxious. This is also a 0, 1, or 2, because again, this region is maximally 4 cells. So this is also a 0, 1, 2. Same reason. We already said the 3 region, the region where the cells sum to 3 is at most 3 cells in size. But even if it is 3 cells in size, it certainly does not have words. I'll get to words eventually. Even if it is 3 cells in size, it can only have at most 2 shaded cells, because if it's 3 cells in size, it looks like this. That's, again, at most 2 shaded cells, so this is also 0, 1, 2. A square is a rectangle. A square is a rectangle for all purposes. This 33 I knew went left. I just didn't include it. This 29 I know goes left. I just didn't write it in. This 36 is a part of an 8 or 9 cell region. Because 36 is the sum of 0 through 8. So this is either 8 cells or 9 cells. And so the sum of, I guess, yeah, but almost all of them are unshaded, I guess is the point. Because even though it's got all of these cells in it, the sum of them is still at most 9. Oh, I guess I'm assuming that these go together, which I don't actually know. Yeah, I'm deliberately not coloring my regions because even though I'm kind of fake coloring them, because of the fact that I'm going to be greening and graying things. Let's see. Row 7, column 8 can't be 0 because then the square would also be 0. That's right. Good point to J40. This can't be 0 because if it's 0, it's saying there are no shaded cells in the region, which is fine, except now this is the sum of the shaded cells in the region, and so it's not allowed to be 0. So this is 1 or 2. So interestingly, if this is a 1, this cell is shaded for sure. If this is a 2, the only way that this cell gets unshaded is if these 2 cells are shaded. Interesting. I feel like I'm almost getting to the point where I can do some shading logic here, but I'm looking for possibly I'm looking to see if there's lower hanging fruit before I go there. This 36, actually, I can say some stuff about, I think. Because it cannot only go down. Because if this 36 only goes down, it's getting to at most 5 cells, but I can't get to 36 in 5 cells, because we already said it needs to have either 8 or 9 cells. So the 36 does not only go down, it also goes right. And now that it only goes right, I was going to say it. Oh, I think it can't go further down. Oh, no, it could if it was a 3x3 region. Dagnammit. I know this can't get as high as this row, at the very least. I'm prepared to say that. What's the minimum number of cells I can put in a region that's going to be a 33? Because I have a feeling the answer is 6. Or is the answer bigger than 6? That would even be better. Okay, so I can drop out the 0 and the 1 and the 2. So it is 6. This region is at least 6 cells. So if this region doesn't extend downward, then it's going to go over at least this far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I did not count to 6 correctly. If this region is not... if this region doesn't go down, it goes at least this far left. 6 cells is enough. You can leave out 0, 1, and 2. So I think that's okay. The 36 region can either be a 2x4 or a 9 or a 3x3. Those are the options. I guess the point is, regardless of which of those it is. So this needs to be 8 cells or 9 cells. It's not an 8x1 region in either direction. So it's either 3x3 or it's 2x4. In all of those cases, we get that. So these are all in the same region at the very least. This puzzle's cool, by the way, just in case people were missing the fact that the puzzle was cool, because the puzzle's cool. Josh asks if every region has a corner sum. That is a question that chat has to answer for me, I think. So if chat wants to add all of the corner sums and tell me how that compares to whatever whatever the digits 1 through 8 times 9 sum to, that is fine. All right, the 2x4, it's being pointed out, always goes this way. So Liam points this out. And so Liam's point is, it's either a 2x4 going this way, or it's a 3x3 that looks like this. So actually, I'm missing commonalities. These are also common. So all of these are in a region, regardless of how this works. Okay. Okay, so... does Zach have a digit dance rehearsed for 0? Well, Zach has previously improvised a nothing dance. So I believe Zach could take his void dance from the previous puzzle that had a void dance and use that for 0 as a fair substitute. Yeah, so any unclude regions sum to 0, and so have to be 1 cell 0 regions. So we can have any number of 1 cell 0 regions, but we cannot do more than that. Okay. So now this 29... I can't get to 29 and 4 anymore, because if I tried to get to 29 and 4, I would need to use a 9. So this 29 can't only go left anymore. This 29 actually now also goes up, and so it absorbs those cells. But I still can't get to 29 and 4, so it goes left. Again. Oops, that's not the tool I wanted. So it also keeps going left. But I could, I believe, get to 29 and 6 without any problem. I'm not sure if a region can have the same sum info twice, but this 36 can't be this 36 because the 2 circles would be the same digit. But I don't see any reason in the rules why it couldn't happen, but I think always... the same, if a region had the same sum information twice, it would result in repeating a digit in the region. But that is an excellent question, SPQ, because the math we did would be wrong if that were possible. Okay. So yeah, this is also 8 cells or 9 cells, I guess is, again, the point that I should be looking at, because I was not looking really at all of these. But let's actually start with this one. This one's easier. This 36 needs to be 8 cells or 9 cells. It can't be 8 cells in this direction. So it's either 8 cells in this direction, or it's 9 cells in this direction, which has this giant chunk of commonality, which is that all of those are always in it. This 36 is either 3 by 3, which would of necessity look like that, or it's 4 by 2. It can't be 4 by 2 vertically, so it'd have to be 4 by 2 horizontally, which could look like that or like that. The upshot of all of that is that these 3 cells are always in this 36 region. Alrighty. And now that's interesting, because now that observation cuts off this 26 region. And so now this 26 region can't go more than 3 down. So the 26 region has to get bumped left. And now the question is, can I get to 26 in 4 without an 8? So I could do 8, 7, 6 is 21. That's the maximum. But then this circle would have to be way, way, way more than it could be. So I can't do 26 in 4. So I can only do 26 in 6, because now this region is done. It cannot grow in any direction. And so we have our very first region. And so we get to do a little region dance. A little region dance. A little region dance. Little region dance. Little region dance. And yes, Sven, I think more than anyone else I've seen, I have been loving the colored pen tool. I absolutely adore the colored pen tool. I don't think I know what region takes this cell, Carl, because it could be a 1 cell 0 region, couldn't it? Okay. Oh, but now this 36. Now this 36 is forced. I think that is the way to see Carl's point. This 36 is now forced, because the previous version was this 36 could be that, which it can't be anymore, that, which it can't be anymore, or that, which it now is. And so now this region is forced to look like this. And so we get that bit of progress. Alrighty. Even if this 33 goes down, I can't do 33 in 4 cells by any stretch of the imagination. This 33 always comes left. Now these 2 cells. So the point is now to use the sum and look at these 2 cells. That's pretty clever. If this were a 3 by 3, these 2 cells would not be in a marked region. Oh, no, they could be in this region. Sorry, they could be in this region. I can have an 8-cell region that sums to 29, right? I would be missing a 7. Yeah, I could. Never mind. Sorry, I thought I was going to have a clever proof that this could not do that, but I don't know that this region doesn't extend like that. But we're making good progress. So how many shaded cells can I put at maximum in a 4-cell region? The answer is 4. So I'm going to pencil mark this as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. In a 3-cell region, it's at most 3. So we can write 0, 1, 2, 3 in there. This region I know is at most 8 cells. So it has at most... and it can't have 4 because it's on a border. Because if this one, even if this one looks like this, it can't have those four or these four. Both of those would separate the green into two pieces. So this is at most actually 3. So that's getting me very close in this column, actually, to knowing what is going on in this column. Like, this is almost being forced to be a 3, which would be fantastic. Okay. And Jay is completely right. Jay Dyer points out, I can't do 3 up here for exactly the reason I was explaining. As she said that, I was explaining why you couldn't make this 4 for exactly that reason you can't make this 3. Both that and that isolate a cell. So this is not a 3. Very nice. Okay, this is a 33 region that is too wide. So this 33 region that is too wide actually has to come down, and it can't even only come down 1, because that would be forcing me to do 33 and 4, which we've agreed we cannot do. So this region comes down at least this far. Is it even remotely possible that this is a 33 and, or sorry, this is a 24 and 4? I think 24 and 4 is not possible, because again, what's the maximum I could do for 24 and 4? I could do 6, 7, 8, which is 21, but then I'd need this to be a 3, and that's not going to work. So this region also can't be only down. It has to go left. But it certainly also can't go only left, so it also has to come down at least that far. Now, for the same reason I just said, I can't do 24 and 4. I have to go down further, because 24 and 4 would have to be 6, 7, 8, and 3, and I cannot do that. So this has to go down 1 more. And so now that is going to force the whole region, because this region can't merge with this region. So this region now does that. This region does this now. So I now know that this region goes, oops. No! Disaster! This region now goes left, which means that this cell is a 0, 1, or 2, because it's part of a sum to 3, right? And 0, 1, and 2 are the only digits that can be part of a sum to 3, given that this one is... Oh, it could be... This one could be 3. It could go 0, 3. 0, 3 is an option, technically still. This is now a 0, 1, or a 2. Okay. This is, I think this is going to get forced to be a 3 once I think about the nature of reality again. I'm being told this can't be a 0. I don't understand why it can't be a 0. So the circle can't be 0. Why can't the circle be a 0? Right. This one can't be 0 because there's a square in it. Right. This one is not a 0, because if this was a 0, it would say there's no shaded cells, but then the shaded cells would sum to 0, which would also make that a 0. So this is not a 0. And the same trick over here. If this was a 0, it would say there's no shaded cells, which would say that this was also a 0 because the shaded cells would sum to 0. Okay. So we've got a few more zeros pruned out of the mix. Alrighty. Good job, Isabella. This is certainly at most 4, and it can't be 0. Again, this being at most 4 is something like that arrangement for this cell. This one... Oh, sorry. Let's do this one. This one, again, can't be as high as 3. Because if it were as high as 3, I would always isolate something. So this is always 0, 1, or 2. Oh, hey, more crabs. Great to see you again. Oh, I should write in, I know there's a boundary here. I can't do 19 and 2. So the 19 always goes down. I have just not looked at this 19. But I can't do 19 and 2. So the 19 always goes left, at least this far. But now we can reproduce... In fact, that actually is done. The 19 can grow in no other direction. So the 19 actually is now done. So So this cell can't be 0 because of the same reason. It would make that a second 0. So this is only a 1 or a 2, actually, that we have here. Okay, so I know that this region ends here. Okay, now I think this region is going to have to come down. Because if this region doesn't come down, I have 2 cells that I have to burn. And you might think, oh, well, I could burn one of them in a 0, but in a single cell 0 region. But I can't actually, because if I do that, I'm putting the other one over here where it needs to be a 0. So not going to work. So this region needs to come down and then it's done. So we can degrayify this. And now I know what digit is missing from here, because the digit I'm missing sums to 3. So there's no 3 in this region. And so because there's no 3 in this region, this cell's not a 3. Because of that. Okay. This could never be a 4. Oh, wait, no, maybe it could be a 4 if the shaded cells include a 0, because I could sum 1, 2, 3 and make this a 6. Sorry, I was thinking you can't add 4 numbers and get a sum that is a single-digit number, but you can when you have zeros. Interestingly, if this is a 1, this is shaded. Wait, row 6, column 2 could be 3. Oh, right, it could be 3. Sorry, because it could be 3 if it looks like that. Sorry, this could be 3 if it looks like... Sorry, I thought you were saying this could be 3, and I was so happy with the logic that this couldn't be 3 that I was thinking that, But no, this could be 3 because the region could look exactly like that, I think. At least as far as I can currently tell. These would need to be 1, 2, and this would need to be a 6 exactly. Well, that's a shame. A genuine tragedy, you might say. Okay, so we know the sum of all the clued regions is equal to the total sum. So every unclued region is only a single 0. But the claim is every region actually already has a circle that is clued. So every clued region, I'm highlighting all the clued regions. This one doesn't have this one doesn't have a circle. This one does, this one does, this one does, this one does, this one does. Okay, so, oh no, it does. It literally is on the circle. I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, so these regions already include everything that is not a 0. And so what that means is that these 2 circles are both zeros. Are both zeros. And so we actually get a 0 dance, which is the... void dance. Void dance. There we go. And so those are zeros, which means they're both unshaded, and they're both in their own 1-cell region. That and that. Okay, that means this isn't a 0. Means this isn't a 0, and that's not a 0. Okay, and now this cell has to be part of a region, so it has to be part of the 15 region. Because it can't be its own 0-cell region, so this region's done. These cells now have to be part of a region, and they can't be part of a 0 region, so they have to be part of this region, which then means all of this is part of that region. So this region is done. Okay. Now if this 36 goes up, these 3 cells are stranded. I have to make these 3 cells sum to 0 somehow. That's not going to work. So this 36 has to go left to grab these cells. So this 36 is a 9x9 region. You can get rid of the gray. Now that I've done that, who's grabbing these 3 cells? This region has to grab those 3 cells. Again, there's a 0 here, so I can't have any unclaimed cells. Every cell has to be claimed, and so that then forces this region, to look like this, which is going to be very interesting when it comes to sums in a second. At the very naively, this is 0, 1, 2, 3, but I expect I'll be able to do better in a minute. These 3 cells now need to be claimed by something. They can only be claimed by this 36, so this 36 is done. And now these 2 need to be claimed by something. One of them could be in a 0 cell 0 region, but they can't both be in a 0 cell 0 region, so actually always this region comes over and takes this. And so we get that. And now, I believe, we have a region completion dance of region completionness. Oops. And then we get to then we get to actually think about the puzzle. But first, region completion dance. Boop boop ba-doop, ba-da-ba-ba, 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 ba-da-ba, 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 ba-da-ba. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so now let's look at these one by one. So this can't be a 0. No, sorry. This can't be a 0 because then this would need to be a 3 because these 2 digits add to 3. So this can't be a 0 because this can't be a 3. That is at least something. The tiniest of somethings, but it's something. So 1 or a 2. If this is a 2, both of these are shaded. Interesting. If both of these are shaded, then I need one of these 2 to be shaded. Yeah, this can't be a 2 anymore. Sorry, Kurban points out that I should think about the Heiawake. This can't be a 2. And so because that can't be a 2, that can't be a 1. This can't be a 2 because I need to put 2 shaded cells next to each other, which of course I cannot do. Now the sum of these 2 is less than 4. It can't be 4 because I can't put 4 in this kind of region. Yeah, if this is a 1, this is shaded. Let's see. It's 1 or 2. Could be as high as 3. If this is 0, then that creates this string of green, which would force that to be shaded. I don't immediately see the problem with that. Let's see, in this 3x3 against the wall, this is at most 4. Sadly, in this 3x3... Oh, actually, no. This could normally be at least as much as 5, because I could do this, but it can't be 5 because there's a square in the region. Because if this was 5, I would be saying the sum of this square is the sum of 5 digits, which doesn't work even if one of them is 0. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, for what it is worth. Okay. Square plus 2 is not square for 1, 4 region. Oh, right. This region sums to 14. And so the point is these two digits need to sum to at least 12. And the maximum any of them can be is an 8. And so we need to look at what happens in those instances. Right. So here's the point. In the universe where this is a 2, these two are shaded, and this is unshaded. Except this is already broken, because this cell is supposed to be the sum of the shaded cells in the region, but it's not, and so that doesn't work. So this is never a 2. It's always a 1. And as soon as this is a 1, I know that the sum of the shaded cells is this cell, which makes this cell shaded and these not shaded. And then all of these are not shaded because shaded cells can't touch. I now need one of these two cells to be shaded, actually. This is not 0 or 1. Because otherwise I'm going through too many unshaded cells. So one of these two is shaded. Does that tell me anything immediately? I don't think it does intrinsically. Okay, these two sum to 13, though. This is not a 1. And so the minimum they can be is 5. So these are from 5, 6, 7, 8. For whatever that is worth. Very, very little, I expect. At least one of these is shaded. But it could be that one. I deleted the wrong digit in row 3, column 8. Oh, so I did. Thank you for the catch. I don't think we yet know that this isn't 0, Cogito. Carl, row 7, column 7 is unshaded. Sorry, is shaded. It must be shaded because I have 2 greens in a row. Right, Carl spotted this. Right, I have 2 greens in a row. I can't have a third green in a row. I can't cross into a third wall. Basically, the Hayawake rule, if you're not used to it, is a little weird, but you can't cross 2 walls in a row that have green on either side. And so that makes all of these unshaded. And now that tells me... that probably tells me something smart about this. So maybe this is still complicated. No, this can't be a 1 anymore, because this would be saying that if this was a 1, it would be saying the shaded cells in this region sum to 1. But this is not one of them, so that's not going to work. If this is a 2, I'm saying the shaded cells in this region sum to 2, but 2 is not one of them, so this isn't a 2. So this just is a 0. And so this whole region's unshaded, is the moral of the story. Okay. So now there's a Hayawake thing happening, because if I make this green, I've broken it. So that's gray. And now by connectedness, this is green. Because the green is connected, remember, that is the thing. By the no 2x2 rule, no, there's not a no 2x2 rule. Is only zeta humorous, you see. Okay. So we've got... Where else are we there? Row 3, column 8 is 3 due to region totals. Oh, so I'm missing 3 digits that sum to 3 from this region. This is Garian's point. I'm missing 3 digits that sum to 3. Well, what 3 digits sum to 3? 0, 1, and 2. And so therefore this is a 3. And now this being a 3 means that the only way it's filled is that, which is gorgeous setting and a gorgeous spot to Garian there, which greens all of this, greens this because of connectedness, grays this because of the Hayawake rule, grays this because of the Hayawake rule, which greens all of this. This has become a 1 by definition. This is not a 1. We have, let's see. We have many cool things happening now. Right. This can't be shaded. Good point to a few people in chat. This cell can't be shaded because it would make an isolated green tetramino, which I cannot have. So that's unshaded. Now this can't be a 3 anymore because I can't fit 3 shaded cells. So this is a 2. So 2 of these cells are shaded. I don't know which 2 yet. I don't think, but hey, it's something. Okay. This is very cool. If this is a 1, then this is the one that's shaded. Let's see. Isabella says this can't be 0. Right. Wait. Do I know that this... Oh, right. This can't be 0 because, again, that would make this 0 as well. That doesn't work. So this is not 0 because then this would say the sum of the shaded cells is 0. That does not work. Okay. This can't be 1 anymore because if this cell was 1, it would be saying that there's 1 shaded cell. This would be the only one. But then this would contain the sum of the shaded cells, so it would then, by definition, contain a 1. So this is not a 1. So that is gone. Oh, I see Eric was pointing that out as I was explaining it. So good spot to Eric there as well. So this is 2, 3, or 4. This cell can't be shaded now, because the only way this cell could be shaded is if there's a few ways, but if this cell is shaded, it's saying the other shaded cells in the region sum to 0. That's not possible anymore. So this is not shaded. And once that's not shaded, this can't be 4 anymore because the only way we'd do 4 was that. So this is not shaded. So this is 2 or 3. This is now a sum of at least 2 non-zero numbers, so it's at least a 3, but I don't really want to mark that. Let's see. Okay. So yeah, there's 2 shaded cells up here. Is interesting. I'm so close to like a triple of some sort there, but I definitely don't have it. If this is a 1, this is the only shaded cell. Is that bad? It would, if this is a 1, it weirdly forces this and this to be shaded. Which is not great. Let's see. But is very specific, but I don't think broken. If this is a 4, it's still wanting to look like that. Let's see. I'm looking for Hayawake rule violations, or potential Hayawake rule violations. Okay, let's see. Jay says this cell can't be shaded. I think. Because if this cell is shaded, then this digit can't be a 1 anymore. Because again, if this digit's a 1, the only shaded cell is that one, and this cell can't sum to 0. So if this is shaded, this is a 2, which means these are both shaded. Which then means that is shaded. I'm not quite seeing this. Okay, let's see. If this digit's a 3, the only way that works is if the shape is exactly like this. But then Garion points out, hilariously, that means that neither of these can be shaded, because otherwise I disconnect something. But then look what happens. That means that's a 0, so that's a 3, and I've got 2 3s in the same column. That is a gorgeous spot to Garion there. That's super cute. So this is a 1 or a 2. Yeah, the world where this is 2 still kind of interests me, but I don't quite see it yet. I definitely need one of these cells to be shaded. I need one of these 2 cells to be shaded. Is that at all interesting? I don't think it quite is. Yeah, Crispy is repeating a point I think I've said a lot of times out loud. A square is shaded if it's the only non-zero shaded cell in the region. So the question is, how do I make this square work if this is a 2? So if this is a 2, those 2 are shaded, and then this is the sum of those 2. I don't think that's broken. Otherwise, this is a 1, in which case that is shaded. But I don't think I get anything out of that. Oh, okay. So the point is to do a case analysis on this cell. So either this is a 1, in which case the shaded square, or in which case the shaded cell is this one, as we've argued. Or this is a 2, in which case it looks like that. So in all instances, this is unshaded. Okay. By the way, I should note, for those of you who aren't experienced with pencil puzzles, the tradition is that you're allowed to look ahead like that. Like, I would never do that kind of look ahead in a Sudoku puzzle, but in pencil puzzles, you're allowed to look ahead a little bit more. Just that's the sort of logic that works in pencil puzzles. I don't think there's any great because game design reason, but you have to, if you're going to look at things like Heiawake, you have to turn up your tolerance a little bit for that kind of case analysis, look ahead kind of stuff. Which, I mean, if you're already significantly north of me in terms of that, then it probably wouldn't bother you. But that's significantly beyond my look ahead analysis or my look ahead tolerance for Sudoku puzzles, but not at all for a pencil puzzle. And since it's a look ahead on the pencil puzzle part, I'm very happy to use it. Like I have no complaints about the use, although I I'm not sure it did anything. But it does. But since I talk a lot about look ahead and sort of like what amount I am comfortable with versus other people. I figured I would mention that if you're going to do pencil puzzles, you need to sort of be okay with that a little bit more. One of those two is shaded. If it's this one, this is a 1 or a 2. That's seeming not great. The 0 is placed in row 5, I am being told. Right, because I know that 0 is not in this region, right? I keep forgetting to look at the sums, right? This is 8 cells that sum to 36. So the sums it's omitting, or the cells it's omitting, sum to 0. So it's missing a 0. So there's no 0 in these cells. There's no 0 in these cells, just by good old Sudoku, nor that cell, nor that cell. So that's a 0. Great spot to Gary in there. Now, this region doesn't have a 0, I should recall. So where's the 0 in this column? The 0 in this column now is up here. One of those two cells is a 0. Because this region, remember, is missing 0, 1, and 2. I don't know that I really want to pencil mark that, but I guess I could. Right. So now, if this is a 4, J Dyer catches. Before, this could be a 4 because a 4 could secretly be summing 3 numbers because one of them could be a 0. That's no longer possible because the 0 in this square is not part of whatever sum this is talking about. So this can't be a 4 anymore. So this is now only a 2 or a 3. If it was a 3, then we'd know that this was something like 6, 7, or 8. Okay, so if this cell is unshaded, I'm noticing it makes both of those shaded. Is there anything wrong with that world? This cell is sort of hovering at the intersection of two almost Hayawake breaks. So these would both be shaded. This being shaded would make the entire rest of this region unshaded, I believe. It would certainly make these unshaded. Yeah, it's not quite... let's see, these two would be shaded, so I need to make sure I kept my path out. I don't think it quite gets me there, although I would not be surprised if there was some connectivity argument that someone who does this a lot would see right away. Let's see, deleted asks about row 7, column 7 being a 2, because of what it would do to 2 in rows 4 and 5. Okay, rows 4 and 5 need a 2. So they need 2 2s in total. Those 2s are not coming from those cells. They're not coming from those cells. So I get at most 1 2 from over here. So, in fact, I have to get... Yeah, I get at most 1 2 from over here. So I need to get a 2 from one of these other places. Oh, and the 33 doesn't have a 2. Right. I keep forgetting that. The 33 is missing 0, 1, and 2. So I have to get a 2. In fact, just for rows 4 and 5, I have to get a 2 in one of these two cells. That's awesome. Great spot to deleted there. So that makes this cell a 3. It probably means that this is going to have to be a 2, because this is now 6, 7, or 8. The only way I could avoid a 2 here is if this is if the shaded cells are 1, 3, 4 exactly. Oh, and this can't be 7. Oh, right. Okay. So, good point. This can't ever be 7. Because I have 3 cells. No, it could be 7. It could be 3 and 4, Jay. No, because the 0 is gone. The 0 is gone. So yeah, so if this were 3 cells, this is 3 cells that actually contain positive digits. And the only way to do that to 7 is 1, 2, 4. And so I do need a 1 in here. So my shaded cells are either 1, 2, 3 or 1, 3, 4. So I need a 2 or a 3. Sorry. I need a 2 or a 4 is the answer. So this cell is definitely 1, 2, or 4 for the record. And I need a shaded 1. So if this is not 1, then this is a shaded 1. This is not a shaded 1. So if this cell was shaded, this would be the other... then this would be the 1, and this would be the 4. Right, so if this cell is shaded, it's a 4, and that's a 1, and that's a 2. It's a really fascinating sort of dance of all of the various rules at play here. I like this a lot. Let's see. I'm being asked about where 2 is going in column 6. Remember, it's not in this region. It's already spent in that region. It's not in this region. So the 2 in this column is always in one of these 2 cells. Good spot, Isabella. So either this is a 2, in which case these are both shaded, or this is the 2, in which case this is a 1. Oh, because of 2 in column 8, where I can't put 2 there, I can't put 2 there, I can't put 2 any of those places, so one of these is a 2 as well. Great spot. Okay. Correct. Isabella gives us that this is a Jovi wing, meaning that the 2s in columns 8 and 9 are claimed by these 2 regions. So there's no 2s over here. So this is a 3 and a 0. That's not a 0. Let's try again. 3 and a 0, which means these are both unshaded. Okay. So there does have to be a 2 in this mess somewhere. Okay. Now... okay. So if this... deleted is asking about this being a 2, because if this is a 2, this is a 1. Now those sum to 3, which would mean I would need to make these sum to 16, but I cannot make these sum to 16 because remember 9 is gone. And so the maximum I could make 2 cells sum to is actually 15, 7 and 8. So this can't be the 2, meaning that this is the 2, meaning that my shading actually looks like this. Let's see, and that's assuredly going to do something I would have thought, maybe, possibly. Well, that's going to place this 2 at the very least, so let's do the Sudoku consequences. That looks like that. Oh, that was already known to be unshaded, by the way, but it is also known not to be a 2. It's a 2. My unshading of that was not the most successful. I was going to say, where does 1 go in this region? But there's no real reason to suspect that this region has a 1. This cell's definitely odd, because the total sum of these 3 is just double this one. So this cell's odd to get to 19. So it's 1, 3, 5, or 7. And it probably can't be 1 for the reason we just articulated. So this is 3, 5, or 7. This can't be 1 either. And it can't be 2 or 3. So this digit here is at least a 4, which means this digit is at least a 6. So this is 6, 7, or 8. Double 6 would be 12. I would need this to be 7. Double 7 would be 14. I would need this to be 5. And double 8 would be 16. I would need this to be 3. Okay, so all of those are plausible. I can fill in the options here, though. Those correspond to 4, 5, and 6 in this cell. I'm being pointed out that this can't be 4 anymore, because if this was 4... Remember, if this is 4, that's saying there's 4 shaded cells, and this cell's this cell's the sum of the shaded cells. So it certainly can't be shaded. So in the universe where this is 4, the shaded cells are these, but that's not possible now that this is unshaded. Great spot, Carl. That's really something there. Okay, so one of these is a 1. And the other is a 2. Okay, so I think we can do something clever here with counting black cells. So, no, not quite. I get 3 total black cells in here. So even if this is unshaded, I still can get there. Okay, row 5, column 5 is now 1. Ah, right, because I need a shaded... Remember, I need a shaded 1 in this, and there's a 1-2 pair rolling it out of there, just an outright 1 over there. Those aren't shaded, so this is a 1. And so that's the 2. And so the sum here is 8, and the other digit is a shaded 4 that is shaded. So there's a 4 in one of these, and that's the last shaded cell. Fascinating. That being an 8, interestingly, doesn't impact things at all down there. Let's see. Jay says I should place the 8 in row... Or sorry, the 0 in row 6. Let's see. That's not a 0. That's not a 0. That's not a 0. These aren't 0. These aren't 0. Ah, that's not 0. Ah, so this is 0. Well, that's huge. So this is saying the sum of the shaded cells in this region is 0. So there's at most one of them. In particular, there's not 2. But if the sum of the shaded cells is 0, this cell is the shaded cell. It's the only one that's allowed to be shaded. So these both turn green, and in fact, the rest of the region turns green because of that. This turns green because of connectedness. This turns gray because of Hayawake, otherwise I'd be going through 2 double green walls. These turn green. This is a 2. Let's see. Oh, there's one here. Kuraban is pointing out, and Carl. I'll have a green wall if I don't gray that cell. So that's going to green these 2. And now this has to be gray, so it's the 4. Because now it looks backwards over there, so that's green, and it's not a 4. Let's see. This can't be a... Oh, no, sorry, I was about to say something that was wrong. I try not to do that too often. Sometimes I do. I need one more shaded cell across all of these. Oh, and the one more shaded cell in this box, it has to go over here because otherwise I'll have a green condition. So this cell's always green. Oh yeah, I can update my Sudoku. This is not a 4 anymore, and so that being a 4 corresponded to this being a 6, which corresponded to this being a 7. So I can update all of those. Yeah, one of these is shaded. I don't know which one, but it's one of them. I now have a connectedness thing where I can't shade both of these cells. This can't be a 4 anymore. So it's not a 1 by Sudoku, and it's not a 4 by Hayawake, because I can fit at most 2 shaded cells over here. But either way, I fit 2 shaded cells into this 2x2. Breaks connectedness. So there's actually at most 1 shaded cell in here. And so that means in total there's at most 3. So that's not a 4. we will note this is not a 2 because of that 2 looking up there. We should remember to do Sudoku in our Sudoku puzzle. So these 5 need to sum to 25 for whatever that is worth. So one of these always 5. One of these is always 5, isn't it? Because this is either 7, in which case that's 5, or it's 8, in which case... wait, no. Does this being 7 put 2 5s in this region? I screwed up my pencil marks. I'm going to look at this again. If this is a 7, this is a 5. These sum to 14. Yeah, that just doesn't work. This being a 7 has never worked. Because if this is a 7, these are both 5. Right? How did I miss this before? This is a 7, these sum to 14, and that's a 5. But so is that. Okay. So anyway, this was terrible, and I should have noticed it earlier, but I didn't. So that's a 16, and that's a 3. We'll just move on right past that. So these 3 digits, I know what they are. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 is the answer. This digit's not an 8. For what it is worth. So that's a 5, 6, 7 triple. How did I know that this was a 5, 6, or 7? I do not know. But I assume it was right. Oh, because of the 14 sum. Right, this whole region's cell sum to 14. So these two need to sum to 13. And so this can't be 8, which means that can't be 5, is the point. So these two cells are a 3 and a 4, is the answer. So that is interesting. 2 in column 5. Oh, yeah, I should just fill in column 5 is a good idea. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Great point. So in particular, this is a 2, 5, 7 triple, means that can't be a 2. Great spot to Carl. So that is a 3. That means this is, again, not shaded, because if this was shaded, I'd be saying the sum of 3 different cells was this value, but this would be one of those 3 cells. That's not going to work, so this is always unshaded. Now, I need 2 more shaded cells, but they can't both go over here, because they would break connectedness if it was these 2. So this cell's always shaded, so this cell's always unshaded. This cell's unshaded because it would break connectedness across the greens, so that's always unshaded. Now one of these 2 is shaded. This cell's unshaded because it would break connectedness for the same reason. And now that I have that, now if I don't make this the shaded cell, I break the boundary condition. So that's shaded, that's unshaded. This is unshaded because it would create a isolated bit up here, so that's unshaded, which means these 2 are shaded, and that's unshaded. So if you guessed that the bet cell would be shaded, you're correct. So those 2 are shaded, that's shaded. We've got all of that going on now. Let's see. So, oh, this can't be a 7. If this was a 7, this cell would already be 10. So that's a 5. Which now means that this is which means the square now is at least 8, but it's also at most 8. So that's a 0 and that's an 8. In order to make this square live up to its promised role in the universe. What cell is missing from this region again? The cell that's missing from this region is a 7. So where are, this is ridiculously convoluted, but where are the 2 7s that are in rows 1 and 2? The 2 7s in row 1 and 2 are not here because this region doesn't have a 7. So that means the 7s in row 1 and 2 are in these 2 regions. Well, that means this can't be a 7. So that's a 2 and that's a 7. I feel like that was excessive. And it also tells me one of these two is a 7. And now the 7 in this row is in one of these two cells, for same reason, basically. While we are doing that. All right. Life is going better all of a sudden. Can this really be a 3? If it's a 3, both of those are shaded. Don't think of it as convoluted. Think of it as funvoluted. That does help. I feel better. Okay, what are these 3 digits? Let's do it that way. They are 1, 4, and 6. This one's not a 1. This one's not a 1. So that one is a 1. So where is the 1 in this region now? It's not there. It's not there. It's not there. So the 1 in this region is in one of these two cells, which means it's not here. So this is a 0, which means all of this is unshaded. So that is fanciful. So now that all of this is unshaded, I need a shaded cell in one of these two, but that's not super exciting immediately. Interesting. Okay, let's see. Chat is encouraging me to look at 1s in other realms. So let's highlight all of the 1s. No, let's highlight all the 1s. So this region doesn't have 1s. And so whereas 1 in column 6, given that that region doesn't have a 1, the 1 in column 6 is there. And so now whereas 1 in column 7, granted that this region doesn't have 1s and that region already has its 1, so the 1 in column 7 is there. So now these 3 digits sum to 17. So 3 digits summing to 17 when the maximum is 8, 7, I guess that's not actually that restrictive. It sounded restrictive in my head. It was not. 1 now in this row is in one of these two cells. That is restrictive, right? No, because there's 4 cells, not 3. Never mind. Oh, right. This is a square, as Garion points out. Or sorry, no, as the Cogito points out. Sorry, the Cogito and Garion have the same color thing. But sorry. Cogito points out this can't be 1, because this would be saying the sum of the shaded cells is 1. But that's never going to work if the 1 is in an unshaded cell. So that's not the 1, and that is the 1 over here. Okay, so now how am I on 1s? Now I am only missing the 1 in row 4, I think. Right? The only 1 missing is in row 4, and it's there. I don't think it does anything, but it's there. Let's see. So now Garion asks where's the 2 in row 1. So that 2 places a 2 all the way over here. In row 1, Isabella also sees that. Let's see. So these 4 cells need to sum to 24. The maximum they could be is 876. And 876... No, 8765, sorry. 8765... 876 is 21 plus 5 is 26. So there's 2 degrees of freedom on this. Annoyingly. But there's always an 8 in here, I guess I could say. That's not super exciting. I know one of these 2 cells is an 8, because this region has an 8, and just Sudoku tells me that one of those 2 has to be it. Likewise, one of these is an 8. That's not the one that's a 3. I can tell you. Okay, let's fill in this bottom row. That's probably a good idea. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not 3, sorry. There's already a 3. 4, 5, 6, 7. 4, 5, 7 is the answer to what is left down here. Did Zeta say something wrong? That doesn't sound right. That never happens. 0, 1, 2, 3 are gone. So this is 4, 5, 6. That's too many digits. No, it's not too many digits. Sorry, it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That was way too many. This isn't an 8 or a 7. This isn't a 5 or a 7 because this region doesn't have a 7. I should not have bothered to fill in that many digits. This is not a 7 because I need the 7 in this region up there. In my brain, this was going to go better than it did. Row 1. Yes, I should probably fill in row 1. Row 1 is missing 4, 5, and 6. Which gives me a 4, 5, 6 triple in this region, which means this is not 4 or 6 either, so it is 8. So that's not 8. These aren't 8. Great spot. Okay, so now I know what these two are. Oh, well, this is the 0, because that's not the 0 anymore. I should have used that a long time ago, so this is the 3. So these are 4, 6, 7. In order to make this row work. I think I could use a 4 if I tried really hard. Probably, with some amount of luck. Okay, what is missing in this 33? This 33 region is missing only the digit 3. So this region is missing the digit 3. So 3 in this column is in one of those two cells. I should mark. But in particular, there is an 8 in here, so one of these two cells is definitely an 8. Noted. What about the other 33 region? This region also needs an 8. Because it's everything except 0, 1, 2, and Carl points out, I know where the 8 goes. The 8 actually has to go there. It doesn't have any options anymore. Meaning that the 13 down here is not 8 and 5, it is 6 and 7, so that's not a 6. This digit's now known. We've got 0, 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's not. This is a 4 or a 5. Okay, so if this is not a 7, these two add to 9. And so that would be 12, and this would be an 8. So if this is not a 7, this is an 8. That's not super exciting. Seems almost likely if I really think about it. One of those two is a 6. Great point from Jay Dyer. This is not a 4, 5, or 7, because if this was a 4, 5, or 7, then these would add up to 19, not to 20. So this is not 4, 5, or 7, and it's not 0, 1, or 2 either. So it's 3, not 4, 5, 6, not 7, or 8. So this is always 3, 6, or 8, and it's not a 3 either because of the 3 over there. So this is only 6 or 8. Now, as soon as I see that this is 6 or 8, it's always even. This is odd, which means the total here needs to be odd, which means I always need to use a 4 here. And in fact, then that's sort of going to take care of itself, really. Uh, okay. Three in column 1. If 3 was here, that would be okay. If 3 was here, that would be okay. And it's not there. I think there's 2 places for 3 in column 1. Unless I'm missing something, which I probably am. Oh, 3 is pencil marked in the 36 cage. Ah, very good point. Yes. 3 is pencil marked over here because we needed a 3 for this column, and that was the only place it could go. So 3 in column 1 then can't go there, as sweet as it would be to have 3 as 2 plus 1. So the 3 is actually here as the only place it can go in the column. So that's a 3 and that's a 4. So these sum to 5. So these need to sum to 10. They're not 0, 10. They're not 1, 9. They're not 2, 8. And they're not 4, 6. So these are 3, 7. And so that means this cell is not a 7, which means these are a 4 and a 5. And so because these are a 4 and a 5, they sum to 9, 12, and I need an 8 to finish the sum. This isn't a 4 anymore. Oh, and that's not a 4 anymore either. So it's actually a 5 and a 4, and I know the order. These aren't 5. Let's see. Oh, that 5 looks up and makes this a 6. So that is not a 6 anymore. Let's see. Do I want to write in what these can be? No, I'll write in what the rest of this row can be. That's probably more healthy. I've got a 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I need a 5, 6, and a 7. But I know these aren't 7 because there's a 4, 7 in the row. So that's the 7 for the row. So that means the shaded cell in this region is a 6, and it has to go there. So that is a shaded 6. That is unshaded. The whole region is supposed to sum to 24. So I've got 6, 12, 19. This is a 5 to make my sum work. This 6 and 7 look up and make that a 4, which makes that a 6, which makes that a 7, makes that a 4, makes that a 7, and a 4. Just as we bounce around, the 6 looks down, making that a 5 and a 6. I did need an 8. The 8 has to go there. This is the last digit that it's not for the row. 0, 1. This is the 2. That being the 2 makes that the 3. I need 3 shaded cells, which means these 2 have to be shaded, and this is unshaded. Yeah, that seems to have done it, doesn't it? So these 2 sum to 4. So this can't be a 4 because this can't be a 0, and it can't be a 1 either. So, and it can't be a 2 or a 3. So in fact, actually, the only combination that works is that this is a 4 and an 8. 4 is the smallest I can make this, but it's also the biggest since I have to fit the sum over there. So that is that. 0, 1, 2, 3. Let's see. This column is missing, not a 4. This column seems to be missing a 5 if I do better. These sum to 6, 13, 18. This is an 8. This column is missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a 6. This column is missing 1, 2, a 2, which goes there. 3, 4, 5, 6, and a 7, which goes there. I need every digit but 0 in this region, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I need a 5. That 7 looks over and does that 6 and that 7. These aren't 7. Perhaps you knew that already if you were paying closer attention to over here while I was sudokuing over on the other side of the world. So let's fill in these two. So that's not a 4 or a 5 anymore. So these are a 6-7 pair, I believe. So that's not a 6. And in particular, because this is a 6-7 pair, those sum to 16. Right, I need right, this is the region that has every digit except 0, 1, 2. So the digits I'm missing are 4 and 5. That 3 looks over there and makes that a 7 and a 3. And now I am forced, I believe, to use this 4 to resolve this 5. And that's going to help me place the 5 in this column. Right? No, it's not. Well, whatever. The bet cell is a 4. I was trying to avoid that, but I could not in my head keep track of how to. So the bet cell is a 4. Apologies for spoiling it early. So that is a 5 and a 6 and a 5 and a 4 and a 7 and a 6. And there we go. That was delightful. This is probably the best pencil puzzle Sudoku hybrid that I have ever done. I really enjoyed that one. Though also, if you're looking for like variations in the vein of Pencil Puzzle Plus, Afraid Not has a build your own Hayawake puzzle that I really, really liked as well. Very cool, very, very smooth there. I enjoyed that one a lot. There were lots of things going on. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, have a little drink and maybe a little something salty or something, and I will be right back with another puzzle. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you all very soon. Welcome back. We're back with a Tallcat puzzle. So, there's been a trend lately to try and have established setters set 2-star puzzles, because most of us are bad at setting 2-star puzzles. I think most of us would be very honest about the fact that we are bad at it. I set one called Target Practice, which has been well received. That's the double arrow puzzle I made. Not double double. Double double is harder, but double double, which Bremster actually did on his channel recently. And I'm told Bremster also did this puzzle. So this is Tallcat's effort to make a 2-star puzzle. So what are the rules here? The rules are you color the cells in the grid red and blue, and then you have fun. And as long as you do that, you succeed. But there are some things. This really looks like a mouth to me. All right. So these are whisper lines. And so adjacent digits along a whisper line have to be at least 5 different. And so I could do, for example, 6 and 1 would be fine. 6 and 1 are 5 apart. Then this could be a 7, and then that could be a 2. That's all fine. On V's, we should do a bet cell. This kind of looks like a row 5, column 5 is the bet cell kind of puzzle. So V's tell you the 2 digits sum to 5. So these digits sum to 5. And an X tells you the 2 digits sum to 10. Okay. Now, there are only 2 ways to make 5, which is 1, 4, and 2, 3. And in this kind of puzzle, it's very often helpful to color digits based on based on whether they are low, 1, 2, 3, 4, or high, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So the reason for that is that along one of these whisper lines, you always bounce between a number that's 4 or less and a number that is 6 or greater. And one of the consequences of that is, in particular, you could never put a 5 on a whisper line, because if you do, you'd need to go 5 away from 5, and there's no direction that you can go to get 5 away from 5. And so the consequence of what that means is that these 2 digits have to be high. And so these are, and just to write in what I mean by that, is that these have to be 6, 7, 8, or 9. So I can go ahead and do a whole lot of coloring right off of the bat, because every V has 2 blue digits, and these alternate, as I said. So these are going to be blue, and these are going to be orange. Okay. And again, just to reiterate why the blue or why the green lines always alternate, is because if I start with a number that's between 6 and 9, and I subtract 5 from it, well, the largest number I could possibly get is 4, aka I am always going to get a blue number. And if I start with a blue number and I add 5, the smallest number I could possibly get is a 6, and so I'm always going to get an orange number. And so that's how the blue and orange in this puzzle are going to work. Okay. Now, I'm going to go ahead and fill in all of these with 6, 7, 8, 9, but I'm going to note another fancy trick, which is that these 2 cells can't be 6. Why can't those 2 cells be 6? The reason they can't be 6 is that if one of these was 6, I could put a 1 here. That's 5 away from 6. But I'd have to also put a 1 here. And I can't put 2 1s in the same box, so that is not going to work. Okay, now I will be honest and say that my temptation here is very strongly to start subcoloring, but I can't imagine that, given that this is a 2-star puzzle, that I'm supposed to subcolor, so I'm not going to subcolor. I'm going to ask myself where 5 goes in this box instead. And note that 5 is always in this row, because I can't put 5 on a V, and I can't put 5 on a green line. So then 5 in this box is up here, which means this cell's not 5, so this cell is orange, because all the oranges in this box are gone. And so you can do Sudoku on the colors orange and blue if what you tell yourself is, hey, every row and column and box has 4 blues and 4 oranges. Now, if you think about what's here, there's a 5, which means these two digits are not 5. They have a color. What is that color? And the color actually has to be blue, for the reason that there are 3 oranges in this row already, but there is a secret 4th orange, because the digit over here that's not 5, the digit over here that's not 5 is orange, because all the blues are gone. So actually, there's sort of a virtual, there's a virtual quintuple across these cells. I guess it just literally is a quintuple. All of these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these two are blue. Da-dee-dee, da-dee-da. So that's now all of the blues for this box. So this box now is only oranges and a 5. You will come to loathe 5s if you do these sorts of things. We'll ask where 5 goes in this column. And so 5, again, can't go on a green line, and it can't go on a V without a 0. Fortunately, this puzzle does not support zeros. So this is the 5. And we'll do oranges. And I will let Zach wait to dance for a real digit instead of the 5s this time. Because this feels like a not very dance-worthy digit. If I am being completely honest. Okay, so there is a 5 down here. So in particular, yeah, interesting. I was trying to decide if I could use the fact that I know all of the blues here to say something about this cell. But unfortunately, the thing I can say about this cell is that this cell's orange or 5, and that's not really going to do anything for me. All right. I can also look at 5s in column 1. So this will be a 5. Let's see, because again, I can't put a 5 on a green line or a V. I know there's a 5 down here. The X, I know, has a blue and an orange on it. Sneaky, sneaky. All right. All right. So remember when we said these couldn't be 6? What are these then? Well, these can't be 4 for exactly the same reason. Because if this was a 4, the only way you get 4 away from... the only way you get 5 away from 4 is by escaping upwards to 9. But I can't make both of these 9, which means neither of these can be 4. And that puts a 4 on this V, because there's 4 spots that 4 could go, but we ruled these 2 out. But then the V needs to go with a 1. And so these here are a 2, 3. Sorry, these are a 2, 3. And now that is going to remove 6 from both of these cells, because again, 6 can only go with 1. And what that's going to mean is that this cell is a 6. And now we get to see Zach's dance. Woo! Woo! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you very much. Okay. So that's rather going to tell us a lot. I admit I haven't been looking at chat much in this puzzle, but I did see someone point out that this X is now either 2, 8 or 3, 7, which means that my 7, my 8, and my 9 in this column are gone between these. And so this digit is not 7, 8, or 9, and it's not 1, 2, 3, or 4. So this digit here is only 5 or 6. Interestingly. And this digit here also sees every blue, and it sees 7, 8, and 9. Okay, and the reason why I say this cell sees 7, 8, and 9 is because there's two 7, 8, 9s, and there's also a 7, 8, 9 on here. So this digit is not 7, 8, 9 or 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are all in the row. So this is also a 5, 6. Okay. And so because that's a 5, 6 pair, that tells me that the betting cell was poorly chosen because the betting cell is now forced to be the 2 or 3 that's missing from the column. And so this this V is now a 1, 4 flavor of V, because again, it's always 1, 4 or 2, 3. And if this V was 2, 3, this cell would have no value. So this is not 1, 4, it's 2, 3. So this is 1, 4. This is 2, 3. These are 1 and 4. The last 2, 3 is in one of these two cells. These aren't 6, by the way. These are 7, 8, 9. 6 needs to go in this column somewhere. And the only places 6 can go in this column are here and here. I don't know which of those is a 6, but one of them is a 6. And the reason for that is, again, if I put a 6 here, then that would double 6 in the column. If I put a 6 in one of these, it would double 6 in the box. So one of these two is a 6, immediately followed by a 1. And what that means is the 1 in the column is not here. So that's a 4, and that's a 1. And I bet we can do exactly the same thing over here. We can, because, again, these can't be 6 and these can't be 6 for the same reason. So one of these two cells is a 1, which makes that a 4 and a 1. This is significantly harder than a Learn German Whispers puzzle, but this is a solid 2-star puzzle ranks. So yeah, we know one of these is a 6, one of these is a 6, and so actually that gives us an actual X-wing on 6s. Because one of these two is a 6, and one of these two is a 6. Those are the 6s for column 1 and column 9. But those also have to be the 6s for row 3 and row 7, because I had to put 2 6s in row 3 and 2 6s in row 7. Sorry, I had to put a 6 in row 3 and a 6 in row 7, and those have to come from these. So this is called an X-wing. And so the reason why that's cool is that it resolves that 5 and that 6. So that's orange. And so now all of these are orange as well. So we've got all of that now. So what are we to do with ourselves now? So what is the one of these... Okay, so now I need to ask myself an important question. Could this cell be high? And the answer is actually no. This cell can't be high, because if this cell was high, both of these would be low, but that would be all the lows for the column, and I definitely need at least one low down here. So this is not high, this is low. And exactly the same logic tells me that these are low as well. And so I can color the rest of my lines using that. So we have all of these popping in like that. And so what I immediately notice from that is that this cell sees every orange and 5. So this cell is blue. Let's see. I bet there are more cells of that sort if I poke around carefully. Let's see. So this is 6, 7, 8, or 9. Let's see. What does chat have to say? Blues in column 7. Yeah, so column 7 needs blues, but I can't fill in the blues because I don't know where the 5 is yet. This is the only... I filled in the only one that I could. This one I can note is a 1 or a 4. Let's see. Ah, right. So the point is I need a 5 up here, as Martin points out, because I only have 1 blue left to give in this box, but I need only blues and 5s in this column, so this is a 5 blue pair. And so because this is a 5 blue pair, these are orange. And the 5 is gone, so these are blue. So there's a 5 in here and an orange. That is chat's point. So the last blue... right, this column. Where's the last blue in this row? It's now not here. So it's here or here, but it's not there because this column has 4 blues in it, so it's there. So this is the last blue. Exactly the same thing's going to be true here, isn't it? That can't be blue, so that's blue. And now, if I ask myself about... Actually, I don't even have to do anything that fancy, do I? These can only be 2, 3... Oh, these could be 1, 2, or 3. But one of these is a 4, and so I'm going to get a, I think, completely useless X-Wing on 4s. Oh, it's not a completely useless X-Wing on 4s. So same deal before. The 4s in this row... oh, wait, sorry. I did the opposite thing. I was thinking, these can't be 4 because these can't be 6. That's not the way that works. Sorry. Ignore my claim that these can't be 4, which is very unfortunate in the grand scheme of things. But it's true. These can be 4 still, as far as we are currently endeavoring to find. However, it's still true the thing I was going to say, which is that one of these two is a 4, because I can't put a 4 in either of these places. Again, if I put a 4 in either of these cells, I would need to put 2 9s on the fringes. And so that 4, the reason why I was interested in that is that resolves this 1 and this 4. So now, there is a 4... Well, it's not there. There's a 4 in one of these two cells. I know. Let's see. I probably can color the last cell here. This cell's orange. Interestingly enough. Let's see. This can't be a 6. Because if this was a 6, that would be a 1, and there's a 1 already. So this is not a 6. I think that could be a 6. Or I could discard my 6 over here. Exactly there. I think I could bury a 6 there. This cannot be a 6, fun fact. Because there's a 6 in the box. Let's see. Let's see. Let's read chat again. Row 8, column 5. Being a 7 would break the 10 clue. Oh, sorry. Row 7, column 5 being a 7. Let's see. If this is a 7... good point. Right. If this is a 7, the only things that are next to 7 on a whisper line are 1 and 2. So if this is a 7, these are 1 and 2. But that is broken both 3, 7, because this is a 7, and 2, 8, because I put the 2 up there. So this is actually never a 7. That's very clever. Let's see. Deleted says the 6 X-Wing in column 1 and 9 is resolved by the 1 in box 3. Right. Because of this 1, remember we knew one of these two was a 6. Well, it's not this one anymore because it would involve putting a 1 there. So that's a 6 and that's a 6. And so as soon as that's a 6, that tells me that's a 1. So this is a 2 or a 3. Let's see. Oh, this is also a 1, while I'm talking about things that are 1. So the 1 in this box is in one of these two places. I don't think I know which one yet. Let's see. These are all 7, 8, 9. Ah, right. 6 in box 3. Where is 6 in box 3? It's only there, because this 6 looks over, this 6 looks up. So that's a 6. So then 6 in box 6 now can only go here based on our previous pencil marks that I'm going to presume were correct. Yes, okay. So 6 is there. So one of these two is a 6. I don't think that's worth pencil marking at the moment. This 1 looks over here and gives me the 4 and the 1. So 4 in box 3 is only in one of two places. It's only in one of those two places. 4 here would put a 9 here, which seemingly is okay, as best I can tell. Let's see. So I'm just going to go ahead and write in for my own sanity that all of these are 7, 8, 9. I guess there are lots more things I can fill in that are 7, 8, 9. This is only a 2 or a 3, I guess. Say 2, 3, or 4. This is a 2, 3, or 4. Ah, okay. This one can't be a 4. So that's the key. So this can't be a 4 because it would put 2 9s in the box. The little extra hook here is what's disambiguating everything. And so that gives me a 2, 3 pair in column 8, which means that this is not a 1, 2, or 3, but is low. So it is a 4, which does make that a 9. Makes that not a 4. Makes these not 9s. Oh, David has donated $12 for Tallcat in honor of having puzzles featured by 3 different people. Thank you, David, and congratulations, Tallcat. And we get our donation dance. I thank you, and Zach thanks you for your donation. Thank you very much, David. We appreciate it. It gets Zach nicer fish. Okay, so these are 5 and 2 or 3. Is part of the point. One of these is really a 4. Let's see. One of these can be a 4, because yeah, those could both be 9. That's fine. Let's see. Chad is suggesting I look at row 4, column 5, which is very wise, because this cell can't be 7, because it sees both a 2 and a 3. And so 7 can't be next to a 3, so that's not a 7. So one of these is a 7. But now that gives me an 8, 9 pair in column 5, which tells me there's no 8 here, so there's no 2 here, which tells me that this is a 3, 7 pair, which tells me that I picked the bet cell very poorly. But this is a 3, 7 pair now. And so these are from 1 to 4, just for the record. And so we have all of that. So I was sort of joking around. So this is so the bet cell is a 2. So congratulations if you bet 2, which I do not think is actually a super common bet, but if you bet 2, you did well this time. Let's see. Okay. So this is not 9 anymore. While I'm looking at things that aren't things. So one of these two is 9. And once one of those two is 9, now the 9 in this box is forced to go here, which I guess I could have also done as a 7-8 pair if I wanted. The 9 in this box is definitely over here. So the 9 in this box is in one of these two cells. So one of these is a 9. That tells me absolutely nothing. Let's see. Isabella suggests I look at 9 in row 3. I have done the 9 in row 3. Dog and Rank suggest 4 in column 2. Sorry, 4 in column 2. Right. I've got a 2-3 pair in column 2, so this therefore is a 4. Thank you, Dog, and Ranks for the amplification. So that's not a 4, and so that's a 4, because this box needs a 4. And this is a 2 or a 3. These are not 4. So therefore, this is a 3 now. So this now is a naked single because it's blue and it sees 1, 3, and 4. So it's a 2. So that's a 3 and a 2. Okay. This box needs a 1, which can only go here. I see I have pencil marks from before that would have told me that, but I seem to have erased them for no value. This 2-3 pair here tells me this isn't the 3, so that's the high and that's the low. It's the 7 and the 3 over there. So this is not a 7. And this isn't a 7 either, so that's an 8-9 pair. One of these two is a 6. For whatever that is worth. Let's see. So these are 5s, or these are a 5 and an orange. So that aligns the 5s between these two boxes. So there's a 5 here, there's a 5 up here. That tells me the 5, I guess I could have just phrased this as the 5 in row 9 is down here. So these two digits are not 5 and... Oh, I was going to say, and they're not blue. But actually one of them is blue, because it's down here that I don't have any more blues. So I don't actually know how to color these, unfortunately. So these are 5 and 6, actually. I can just fill in that they're 5 and 6 instead. That's probably easier. Let's see. I need a 2 in this column. Yes, this 2 looks up. That's an easier way to see this. That 2 looks up, making that a 3. This can't be a 7, because 3 and 7, as much as it's weird, 3 and 7 are not 5 apart, so this is an 8. So that's a 9 and a 7. So that makes that an 8, and a 7 and an 8. So that 8 means that's not an 8. Means that's not an 8. Let's see. So 6 now in this box is placed by that 6. So this is a 6. So now these are a 2-5 pair. Just to finish off the column. So that's the last low in the 5. So this is the last high, meaning it's orange and it's a 7. So these are an 8-9 pair, which I guess I already knew. These are a 6-7 pair. Let's see. This is next to a 7 as well, so it can't be a 3. It's a 2. So now whereas 3 going in this box, it can't go here because of that 3. So this is a 3 over down here, which makes this a 5, which makes this cell blue. So that's a 2 and that's a 5. That 2 looks down, makes that a 3 and a 2, and a 3 and a 2. That 3 makes that a 9. Makes that a 9. These are not 9. They are a 7-8 pair. These are a 5 and a 7, and I know the order. That's the 5, that's the 7, owing to that 7. This cell, for for row 7, this is an 8 or a 9, but for column 2, it's not a 9, so this is an 8. And a 9, and an 8, which gives me a 7 and an 8. That 7 now tells me this can't be a 3, so that's a 2 and a 3. This 3 tells me that this can't be a 7, and it also can't be an 8, so it's a 9. If you suspect I did that in a more circuitous than necessary way, you suspect correctly. This is not an 8 or a 9, so it's a 7, so that's an 8. So we've got lots of things going on. This is now a 5, because it's the last digit in the fancy thing. So these are a 9 and a something. A 9 and a 5, I see. These are a 5 and a 9. These are a 3 and a... Got it. Okay, so these are a 3 and a something. So the 3 goes there. And then the something is a 7. So this is a 7. And that 7 is going to look up and give me the 6 and the 7. That 6 is going to look down and give me the nothing and the orange. Like that. That nothing is going to look up and give me the orange and the nothing. The 9 and 5. The 9 looks up and gives me an 8 and a 9. This 2 has looked down for ages and give me the 1 and the 2, I believe. That 1 looks up and gives me the 4 and the 1. And now we just have to be careful with our coloring that we don't accidentally finish the puzzle first. So that cell is orange, and that cell is blue. And I think we're done with our coloring. And I believe this is an 8, and this is a 4. And I think we are done. Woohoo! Nice puzzle. I enjoyed that a lot. I feel like there's... Oh, yeah, that's right. I should turn on all the cool features that have been added, because now there's a check pencil marks that I want to play with. And we'll do the marks... We'll do the mark solved digits one. And we'll hope that I don't have to do a puzzle where I have to tick the mark seen digits. So we have a few new toys to play with to let me fake being better at scanning than I am, we'll say. Very, very nice puzzle, Tallcat. I enjoyed that a lot. I feel like this really... I don't know. I'd say 3 stars for this, because it heavily involves X-Wings. Like, the puzzle is about X-Wings. Like, it's actually funny, because I think this puzzle would actually have been the tutorial, or would have been a perfect tutorial not for German Whispers, but for X-Wings. Because there are several key X-Wings in here that do very cool things. Yeah, low 3 is where I would do it, but people who are posting on LMD have figured out the LMD interface, and so a lot of them have already known X-Wings. Kachito, I don't think there is an official prompt for 2-star puzzles, but there is a sort of unofficial push, led, I believe, by Memerister to yell at people who've never posted a 2-star puzzle to LMD and get them to do so. Yell at in the most polite Canadian way possible, of course. But hey, it got me to post a 2-star puzzle. I don't know if Tallcat posting a 2-star puzzle was related to Memerister-oriented guilt or not. But it is possible. I think all constraints could use more 2-star puzzles. Okay, Tallcat admits that it was indeed... was indeed related to that. Yeah, there was a discussion on Memerister's stream about difficulty creep and these sorts of things. So I've definitely solved. I think the region sum line that I did not do well on, but I think it was probably a 2-star puzzle. All right, I'm going to take a real quick break. You can enjoy looking at the names of all the people who support us. Very much thank you to all of these people, by the way. And thank you to Tristan for creating the cool screen that shows all of their names. Thank you to all of our supporters. I'm going to go dig up another puzzle, and we'll be back post-puzzle. Or, sorry, we'll be back after I find a puzzle. Welcome back. Got another... I actually don't think I know if this one is easier or not. We'll see. We've got another Renbonnier puzzle. This is by Crispy, with quite a striking grid, I have to say. So the way this is going to work is that we have these Renbon lines, and every Renbon line needs to contain a string of consecutive digits, but as they say, in any order. So this could be 7 and 6, or 6 and 7. But if it's a length 3 one, then it could go, say, 1, 3, 2. Oh, by the way, I wanted to remember to... I do have check pencil marks. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we can experiment with the check pencil marks feature. It will be good times. I am noting the part where it says gray lines are palindromes, which are read the same from both ends. The shape in the middle is made up of 4 distinct palindromes distinguished by the different shades of gray. But I do not actually seem to have different shades of gray. Can someone look on the LMD page and verify for me that it is the thing I think it is, which is that it's probably this? I'm going to guess that those are the different palindromes, but if I am wrong, let me know. Okay. So we have the palindromes correct. Okay. Excellent. Thank you, chat. Several people are all over that. Okay. So the place we have to start has to be this digit 4. Uh, I love the colored lines feature. I think the colored pen tool is probably the biggest advance in the CTC solver in the time I've been using the CTC solver. So this Renbon, I want to say two things about it. One is that it has to have a 4 on it. And why not? Or sorry, why does it have to have a 4 on it somewhere? It has to have a 4 on it somewhere. Oh yeah, we're going to we're going to try row 5 column 5, although it's been letting us down lately, but we're going to try row 5 column 5 again for the bet cell. We'll see if I regret it. But this is a string of 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 consecutive digits. And if I don't use a 4, then I can get at most 6 consecutive digits. So there has to be a 4 on here somewhere. And the nice thing is it can't be any of those cells. And it also can't be here. I didn't actually explain what a palindrome does, but what a palindrome does is it duplicates the digit on opposite ends. So these two are the same digit. In the same way, those two and these two are the same digits. So actually, I have 4 in one of 2 places only. And if this was a 4, that would be a 4. Interesting. So one of those two is a 4. But this is an interesting cell as well, because this cell sees the entirety of this palindrome. And because this cell sees the entirety of this palindrome, it can't be any digit like 4 that would break a length 7 palindrome. And so the only digits that don't break a length 7 palindrome are 1, 2, and 8, 9. So this is always a 1, 2, or an 8, 9. Okay. Even a 3, if this was a 3, then I would only be able to put the digits 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on here, and that is only 6 digits. At least it was last I counted. So this is always a 1, 2, 8, 9. That technically means that this is always a 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, but that's probably not the most fulfilling pencil mark that any human being has ever written down before in their lives. We should probably continue the game about 4s, which is to say this Renbon also needs a 4. And it can't have one there or there or there or there. So the 4 on this one is over here somewhere. Again, it could be on the palindrome spot. Actually, interestingly, if it was on this palindrome, it would also be there and also be there, which all looks okay, to me at least. Seems very plausible. But we probably should actually start thinking about 6s as well, because 6 is symmetrical with 4, basically. And so a lot of what we did down here probably is also going to work with 6. So, for example, I know I need a 6 in one of these cells. Is that going to be useful? Maybe that's not useful. Because I don't have this little length 2 line here. So I know I'm going to get a 6 in one of these cells. I can say that much. Yeah, okay. I know I'm going to get a 6 in one of these cells to be on this line. And now this Renbon, it needs a 6, which is going to have to go over here. And now this Renbon, it needs a 6, but now that 6 can go here. Dang it, Crispy. Dang you. Okay. So I think I have to actually think about the palindromy stuff, and not just focus on the Renbon stuff. So I have to think about what am I going to learn from this pair of palindrome digits that's going to be exciting. Yeah, the star points are all the same. That is something I noticed. So let's give those a color. I'll indulge. This is one single digit because this palindrome reflects it here, this palindrome reflects it here, this palindrome reflects it here, and so on. So it is the bet cell. So the bet cell is golden. And so yellow in this box, I guess, is not those places, but that's not super exciting. I was hoping that somewhere it was going to be useful that I could not repeat yellow on a Renbon, but I do not think it is useful that we could not repeat yellow on a Renbon. I think we've got a whole bunch of places that we can place yellow. But yellow is not on any of the length 2 Renbons, for whatever that's worth. Let's see. So should I think about these next? So these cells, I'll make those cells green. I don't know if I know anything about it at all. Green. Ah, okay, I do know something about it. That's cute. Green is entirely ruled off of this Renbon. That's the point. That's okay. This has got to be the point. This is the point of life, the universe, and everything. This digit is ruled off the entire Renbon in a very non-obvious way, but as a consequence of rows, columns, and boxes all working together. So this digit is 1, 2, 8, or 9, except it's not 2 or 8, so it is 1 or 9. But remember, we said the only digits that you can omit from a length 7 Renbon, which this is, are 1, 2, 8, and 9. And so this is not 2 or 8, it is 1 or 9. And I bet the same thing is going to happen as we bounce merrily around the Shuriken. We're going to get those. I think I'm going to make the black line actually blue so that I can use blue. Da-dee-dee-da-dee-da. So the blue mirrored digit will be blue, just to keep life simplistic. Now, I should briefly pause to make sure that I know that all of these pairs of colors are different. Blue is not orange. Blue is not blue is not red. Blue is not green. Okay, yeah, blue. All of these colors are really different. And so all of these see a length 7 Renbon. This one sees this length 7 Renbon, and so on. So all of these are 1, 2, 8, 9. And this one also sees 2, 8, so it is 1 or 9. And you can see, by the way, if you have very good vision, the little new feature that Sven added, which is that this 8 seeing this cell is flagging this in red to tell me that I can't do that. So that's not... Oh, sorry, I don't know that it's not 2. I just know that it's not 8. Sorry, this is not 2 or 8 because of that one. This one's not 2, so this one's not 2. This one's not 8, so this one's not 8. Okay. And so green and red are opposite flavors of 1, 9. Interestingly enough. So, in fact, actually, these are a 1, 2, 8, 9 quadruple. So this digit's not 1, 2, 8, or 9, because red, blue, orange, and green are a 1, 2, 8, 9 quad, because none of them are the same. And so in particular, and people in chat have seen this a lot faster than I have, that means since red and green are both 1 and 9, blue can't be 1 and 9, and orange can't be 1 and 9. So we will note these are not 1 and 9, so these are both 8. And we get to do a little 8 dance. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. 8 dance. Thank you, Zachary. Much appreciated. So we have our 8 now, and so in particular, we must be very careful that this 8 is orange. And so one of these two cells is 8. Don't think I know which yet. But anyway, for the same reason, blue is 2, because it can't be 1 or 9, because those are green and red. I really like that. I really like this break-in, by the way. This is very cool. So this 2 is blue. Da-dee-dee-da-dee-da. So yeah, one of these two is 2. One of these two is 8. So this Renbon, we know what's on it. Namely, this Renbon has no 8. And so because this Renbon has no 8, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which means this cell can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, or 7. So this cell is 8 or 9. This is 7, 8, or 9. That's at least something I can say. So there's definitely an orange on this Renbon. No matter how I work it out, there's an orange on this Renbon somewhere, which is interesting. And I can probably play a similar game with the Renbon that doesn't have a 2 on it. This Renbon doesn't have a 2 on it, so it has to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so because of that, this digit that sees the entirety of this Renbon, it has to be 1 or 2. So this is 1, 2, or 3, and there's always a 2 on this Renbon. All right. So let's have a look at this and see if we can do anything else. Should I be asking about red in this box? Oh, is red also ruled off of this? I was using the fact that blue was ruled off of this, but I think red is actually ruled off of this whole Renbon. And so because both blue and red are ruled off of this whole Renbon, we know that red has to be 1. Because if red was 9, then we'd have to have a 1 on the Renbon with no 2, which is not going to work. So red is 1, and green is 9. Which is very interesting. I know there's a 4 in one of these two cells. Do I have any interest in that? Let's see. So this Renbon needs an 8, but it can't have it in most places. Like those can't be 8, that can't be 8, that can't be 8. Oops, sorry, I was holding the wrong key. These can't be 8, that can't be 8, that can't be 8. So one of these two has to be 8, actually. I don't know that there's a whole lot. So yeah, these Renbons are very carefully constructed, because blue also sees the entirety of this Renbon. And so because blue sees the entirety of this Renbon is from 3, or this Renbon is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so that means this is one of those things. This is a 1 or a 2. This is a 1 or a 2 or a 3. And so there is a 2 on this Renbon. And down here, the 8 sees the entirety of this Renbon. And so this Renbon has neither 8 nor 9. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which means that this cell, which sees the entirety of the Renbon, must be 8 or 9 only. And so this is 7, 8, or 9, and there's definitely an 8 in these. All right. So we've got all of that business. Good night, Kodak. Okay. So now what do we do? I know one of these two is 4. It's funny because yellow wants to be both 4 and 6. It's hard for me to believe that this is a Fistamafel puzzle. I mean, we do have a lot of digits on the Fistamafel ring, but we also already know just by Sudoku that those digits all appear on the outside, so it's hard to envision that this is going to be a Fistamefel's theorem thing, but it could be. I've been surprised before. So I guess the next thing that's natural to ask about is this digit. Is there anything interesting I can do with this digit? Okay. So yes, there is something interesting I can do with this digit. I need to give it a color. This digit's going to be gray. Gray is not 1, 2, 8, or 9. So therefore, gray appears on every renbon. In particular, gray definitely appears on this renbon. And so gray needs to show up in one of these two cells, because gray is not yellow. So gray shows up in one of these two cells, and so I'm going to do this in a terrible way by writing this as gray, gray. So I bet gray is going to be 6. Okay, so where is gray going to show up on this renbon? Gray on this renbon is also going to show up over here in one of those two cells. So now where is gray going to show up on... I can't quite do that renbon. Okay, what about this renbon? Gray on this renbon needs to show up in one of these two places. And there we go. And so now gray is just outright placed on this renbon. Right? Yes, it is outright placed, because it is here. Okay, gorgeous, gorgeous. Okay, so gray is here. No? What did I do? Oh, gray's already on that renbon. Oh, darn. That's sad. Gray is already on that renbon. Okay, interesting. So now I should actually ask the question, where is gray in this box, then? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe that's not interesting anymore. Yeah, but correct. I was trying to place gray on this renbon, but I missed the fact that gray was already on this renbon. I know gray is in one of these two cells. Gray is in one of like 4 places over here. If gray is actually on this renbon, then gray is a 7. I was hoping to get like an X-wing on grays to force gray over here, but I don't think I quite have the ingredients for that. Because gray in this box is in one of these 2 places. I'm going to go ahead and mark it, even though it's terrible. Yeah, and gray over here could be any of these, I believe. Oh, gray can't be this, because everywhere on this renbon that can be gray is in this row. So gray over here is at least in one of these cells. So gray can't actually show up there. That's true. At least. So, but I don't know what I am doing with this. It feels like this is the thing I'm supposed to be doing, but I don't quite see yet how. Let's see, and I don't think I know enough to ask about gray in the central box. Let's see if... Like, I feel like maybe I'm supposed to ask if gray is 6 and somehow see that gray isn't 6. But I don't know. I absolutely know gray isn't yellow, right? Yeah, I do know gray isn't yellow. I mean, I suppose I could just write out the digits that gray could be. Because it's not 1, 2, 8, or 9, and it's not 4. So if I'm not 1, 2, 8, or 9, then I am 3, 5, 6, or 7. I don't think, unfortunately, I can roll out any of 3, 5, 6, or 7. Yeah, how am I supposed to see that gray is or isn't 6? The gray being 6 looks really good in the puzzle to me, I think. Yeah, one of these two is a 2. Okay, maybe I should ask, is this the Renbon that doesn't have a 2? No, this Renbon does have a 2. Maybe I should ask about things like where is 2 on this Renbon? Because this is the Renbon that has no 8 or 9. So this Renbon has a 1 and a 2. So let's try and just ask about where 1 and 2 go on this Renbon. So the 2 could go here or here. Those are the only two places that can be 2 on this Renbon. That's already a little bit interesting. Where's the 1 on this Renbon? Well, the 1 could be here or here. That also seems a bit interesting. So this cell is never a 1 for whatever on earth that's worth. Aren't the Renbon all the same, Jaleb? So this Renbon, where's the 2 going on this Renbon? Not there, or there. So the 2 on this Renbon is here or here. So let's just mark those. There's where the 2 can go on this Renbon. And where is the 2 on this Renbon? Let's look at them together. Maybe together they do more than the sum of their parts. The 2 on this Renbon goes in one of those 2 spots. Got it. So this is a really complicated arrangement where the point is, if I put a 2 here, which was one of the places I could put a 2 before, I rule 2 out of both of these, and these are the 2 2s, and then that breaks the puzzle. So this can't be a 2. So this is a 2. That's cool. Okay, so this is the 2. And I bet I can do the same thing with 8s on the other pair. So let's see. So 8s on this pair. So 8s on this pair can go there or there. So these are my 8s are one of these. And 8s on this one could be there or there. And again, if I put an 8 here, I would force the 2 8s on these 2 Renbon to be there and there, which breaks. So this is not an 8. This is an 8. And I can, I suppose, fill in. I know one of these is a 2. I know one of these is an 8. Now, interestingly, I know 8 is not dark gray. And I know 4 is not dark gray. So if this cell is dark gray, then that's a 4 and that's an 8. Oh, no, sorry, that could be the 4 still. So yeah, and the 8 in this row is definitely in one of those 2 cells, for whatever that is worth. Okay, what about ones? Where does one go on this line? Not there. So the one could go there or there or there, I want to say. No, one can't go here. One on this line goes in one of these two places. So let's indicate that. And now let's do one on this line. It's not there, so it could be there, not there. I fear that there might be options. I think actually any of those could be a 1, which is very unfortunate. Yeah, I don't think there's much optionality on... I don't think there's much restriction on that one, unfortunately. But it is true that 1 is in one of these two places on this one. Oops. I did not mean to delete that. Let's see. Jay says 8's only in 2 positions in box 1. So 8 not in any of these places. All right, remember this Renbon, this is the Renbon that doesn't have a 1 or a 2. So this Renbon does have an 8. And that 8, this is Jay's point, that 8 is in one of these two spots. And so where is 8 in this box? It's not there. It's not in those spots. It's not here because that cell sees both of the places for 8 on this Renbon. And so the 8 in this box is in one of, I count 3 spots, but I don't see where are we knocking out one more? Oh, right. There's a pair in the row. Right. This can't be an 8, because we've agreed one of these two is an 8. So yeah. So one of these is an 8. And so that places an 8. So that was a great spot, Jay. That was very cool setting and very cool spotting. So one of these two alone is the 8 for this box, and that rules 8 out of this, which is huge because I know there's an 8 on this Renbon. So that cell we now know is orange. And so this cell's not orange, and so this cell's orange. And now that we know that, that bounces up here and tells me that this cell is not orange. And so this cell is orange. So that's an 8. This is not orange. And so now this Renbon needs an orange, and so that orange goes here. Very cool. All right, and that places 8 in box 3 over here. And now we have all the 8s. And so now we can look at places for 2 in box... let's see, which place are we supposed to look for 2? Probably in box 7. So these can't be 2. That's not 2. These aren't 2. That's not 2 because of the row. That doesn't quite do it. One of these is a 2, but that's not useful. Let's look at box 9. These aren't 2. That's not 2. That's not 2. This is not 2 because of that. This is not 2 because of the pair. No, I still keep getting them in lopsided arrangements. Why am I getting them in lopsided arrangements? Not there, or there, or there. this is the one that sees... Oh, no, that's not the one that sees both of these. This is the one that sees both of these. I see. Sorry, I was... In my brain, these two cells were on the same Renbon, which they are very much not. These two cells are on the same Renbon, and so it's the cells that see both of those that are ruled off. This one is ruled off by the fact that I know that one of these is the blue for the row, and so one of these two cells is blue, which tells me this cell is not blue, and so this cell is blue because I needed a blue on this Renbon. By the way, you can see the new fancy digit highlighting feature. Actually, you can't because my face is over it, but on my screen, the 8 is now dimmed out to tell me that there's not an 8 left. This is not a 2, that's not a 2, so this is a 2, so it's blue. So now that tells me that this cell is not blue, which tells me this cell is blue, which tells me this cell is not blue, which tells me the cell is blue. And so we get our 2's like that. This cell doesn't need a gray anymore because it's not hiding anything anymore. Alrighty. Oh, it uses the stored solution to know and make sure that there's only 9 8s in the puzzle. But it won't, like, check my answer, right? If I just fill in random digits here to see what this is, it will not, like, correct me if I just enter the wrong digit. So there's probably 8 2s in the grid, as Liz says. So that is a 2. And now we have 9 2s in the grid, and now 2s are grayed out as well. Did we learn anything? So now where is gray in box 2? Oh, right, gray in box 2 is now placed, because gray in box 2 used to be on top of the 8. So now gray in box 2 just is here. Thank you, Martin. So that's gray. So let's see. So what about gray in the central box? Do I know yet? I don't know yet about gray in the central box. And gray is not 4. That's a great point from Ranks. Gray is not 4 because gray sees a 4. So this is gray, and it's not the 4. And so now the pencil marked 4 in this box, or on this Renbon if you want, is here. And so the bet cell and yellow are 4. So congratulations if you bet 4. I don't know who bets 4, but if that is the life choice you make, I respect it. So 4 over here is, I guess, in one of these two cells. This 4 is yellow, let's not forget. So now... So now this Renbon needs a 6, which can't be in those cells, can't be in that cell. So this is the 6 for this Renbon. And so because it's not because it is a 6, it's not a 1. And so the 1 on this Renbon goes here. Is the point of all of that chicanery. So the 1 over here, I guess this is just saying one of those two is a 1. That's not super exciting. 9 9. 6 in box 7. 6 in box 7 indeed. Right, that 6, those 6s, they tell me that this is a 6. And so now this is a 4, which is yellow. Great spot there to curb on. And so now the 4s, let me look up here and say one of those two is a 4. But this one is also a 4 by Sudoku, because of these 4s looking up. So that tells me that's not the 4 anymore. And so this is a 4. It's not anything else. It's only yellow. And now that that's yellow, that tells me that gray is 6. And so all of these cells are 6. And the 6 that I have filled in, it is gray. And so this is not gray. This is gray, which means it's a 6. This is gray because it's a 6. We need a gray in the central box, and it has to go here. So that's the 6. So this isn't gray anymore. And so this is gray and is a 6. And that's all the 6s. Excellent, excellent. Come to me, my precious digits. Come to me. Let's see. Yes. Okay, so now we should be asking about Renbons with 9, because we placed a 1. So we should be asking about the Renbons that have a 9 on them. So this Renbon has a 9 on it that's not there. So the 9 on this Renbon is here or here. One of those two has to be the 9. And the 9 on this Renbon just has to be here outright. That's the only place for the 9 on this Renbon. Can't be there, and then the rest of it's filled in. So that's a 9. Coolly enough. Okay, so the 9. Aha! Now 9 in box 9 is finally mine. 9 cannot go in a length 7 Renbon with a 2. So 9 is not there. 9 is not any of these places. 9 is here. So this cell is green once and for all. Means one of these two is a 9. I don't know which. What are the digits that are left on this Renbon? So we've got a 9 and 8. We need a 7. We've got a 6. We need a 5, and then we've got a 4. So these are... Oh, and a 3. We need a 3. So these are 3, 5, and 7 is what these are. I don't think I know anything about 3, 5, or 7, interestingly. Which is fascinating, actually. It's being pointed out by Dog that I can place 9 in this box because these aren't 9, and I can't place a 9 on a Renbon with a 1 that's only 7 long, so this is a 9. Okay, how can this be 3, 5, or 7, and I have only 3... Oh, okay, this is 3, 5, or 7, so this is a 3, 5, 7 triple is what's left in this, is what you're telling me. That is the story. What about these? What are these as a triple? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are 3, 5, 7. Sounds familiar. This row is missing a 1. And what? And a 3, 5, and 7, of course. This box is missing a 1, 3, 5, and 7. Yeah, where's the 1 in column 1? Asks Dog. That is very good. That is very good. Good night, Jay. Hope you had a fun time. Sleep well. This is the 1 for column 1. Is the magics. So 1 over here is in one of these two cells. I guess that doesn't tell me much as of yet, but I will get there. Let's fill in this triple. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 9. That one's not a 9. A whole lot of nothing. This is a 3, 5, or a 7, I suppose. Yeah, I know one of these two is a 9, but I don't think those two collectively see any cells that it rules 9 out of. What do I need in this column? I still need a 1 in there we go. I still need a 1 in column 9, and the 1 in column 9 can only go here. So we can continue our progress. So that's a 3, 5, or a 7, and now that gives me a 3, 5, 7 triple in the row, so I can write in these two. These two are not 3, 5, or 7, or 2, but they are 1, 2, 3, and 4. Not 4? Not 4. There's a 4 in the center there. It was hiding in a circle. I did not see it. Not 4. Not 5, not 6, not 7, not 8. So these are 1 and 9. This is 3, 5, and 7. Or sorry, 3, 5, or 7, I should say. Okay. You can go ahead and fill in that this is 3, 5, or 7, just for the record. It's interesting because every Renbon needs all of 3, 5, and 7. So I'm guessing that the point is going to be that I'm going to need to use a 3, 5, 7 triple in a Renbon or something of that nature. So yeah, these are 3, 5, 7, just to continue writing things in. One of these two is a 1. These are 3, 5, 7 for the column. Let's see, what is left in this row? We still need a 1. We've got a 2. We need a 3. We've got a 4. We need a 5. We've got a 6, a 7, and then we need an 8 and a 9. As the thing handily tells me, those aren't 1. Those are from 3, 5, 7. As one would expect at this point in the puzzle. One of these is a 9, but I don't see a lot to do with that. And I know one of these two is a 9, but I don't see a lot to do with that either. Yeah, I don't understand what it is with YouTube where it lets you fall so far behind. But it seems to happen a lot, and it happens to me a lot when I am watching streams as well. Yeah, what am I supposed to do here? Am I supposed to subcolor the 357s? It feels, I mean, I'm not saying I'm above subcoloring the 357s. It just feels, it feels out of place in the way the puzzle has worked so far. But I can try subcoloring them. So we'll use the pen tool. So this 357 is the same as that 357 at the very least, which is the same as that 357. So we have that. Let's see, where else can I do 357 business? So black circle in box 2 is, sorry, black circle is placed in row 3 because black circle looks at those two, so that's black circle. That seems relevant. So one of these two is black circle, because those are the only places for black circle in this box, because black circle's up there, of course. Oh, this can't be black circle. This was the point. This can't be black circle because there's already a black circle in the Renbon, so that's black circle. And so this was exactly what we were supposed to do, apparently. So black circle needs to go on this Renbon. It can only go here. So black circle is one of those two. Maybe I don't quite know where it is on this. I know black circle. Black circle is one of those two. I don't know which one yet. Let's see. Is there a place I can sort of bring in the black X's? Aren't there two places for it on the bottom right Renbon ranks? Can't it go in either of these two? do box 7 first. So it's one of these two. Row 2, column 7. I feel like there's still options, but I think people are seeing something and then saying the consequence of the thing they see, rather than telling me the thing that the sort of the first piece, which sometimes happens, completely understandably. Okay, so let's make this. Can I get away with making this X? Yeah, where do I want to put my X357? Let's see, row 2, column 7. Okay, so people are telling me to make this X. And people say that's the same thing as row 5, column 8. Trying to figure out why. I know it's one of those two. Oh, because Renban, right. You're right. This does not repeat on the Renban. So yeah, the only place it can go is there. Right. Sorry. And so that's this. Okay. So now that's not that. X in box 1 is only here. So this is the other one. This is the boxed 357. So this is the X'd 357. So we've got all of our flavors. This is our boxed 357. Oh, right. This is the other one because these two are already on this Renban. I will eventually pay attention, right? This Renban needs an X. It can't have those again, so that's the X. Okay. X in box 8 now. X in box 8 can't repeat on this Renban that already has an X, so the X goes here. This is the 357 that's not circle or X, so it's the ring around the rosy one. This is the circle one now. So this one is not the circle one or the circle one or the circle one. Let's see. This one is now the ring one. So the X in this box is up here, because I need an X somewhere, which is going to place a 9 after I'm done with all of this. Let's see. I need a boxed one for the row. The boxed one for this box has to be here, because the box looks left. So that's the boxed one. That's the circle one. See, I've got all of them in this box. I've got all of them in this box. I need a circle here, in this box, and I need a frame here. I need a frame up here. And then I need a frame over here. I've got all 3 here, all 3 here, all 3 here, all 3 here. The center box is missing a jajillion of them. That one's the frame. And therefore that one's the X. And then that's all of them. Okay, so now I think we've got all of them. Woohoo! I don't know why my brain felt like... It seems to me like the puzzle didn't want me to subcolor stuff, but obviously it wanted me to subcolor stuff, because the second I subcolored it, everything fell apart. Okay, so this circle is 7, because remember the things I gave names to are 3, 5, and 7. So circle is 7, and so everywhere there is a circle, circle is 7. 7, 7, 7. So now square is 3, for the same reason. Square can't be 1. So that is a 3, 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 a 3. And so that means x is 5. So this is a 5, 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 5. And that means I should probably be able to fill in most of the rest of the digits. So this is green and is a 9. What is missing on this Renbon? Let's see. This Renbon is missing, let's see, 3, 4. This Renbon is missing, no, it's got a 5, 6. This Renbon, no, it's got a 7, 8. Oh, this Renbon's missing a 9. There we go. This is a 9. That's the point. That's a 9. Okay. Yes, you can't uncolor. You can only enhance the coloring experience. So these are red and green in that order. It's what the viewers want. I think Ransk only is so mean to colors when he sees that I'm watching. I assume it is all about me. That is my usual assumption. That's a 1. This is now a 1. I'm being careful to add the colors before I fill in the digits so there's no mistakes. This X is still a 5. This is now a 1. Ransk also sometimes uses the letter tool, which is also a thing we try to avoid around here if at all possible. 4, 5. Okay, this is going to be a 9. And there we go. Beautiful. Really fun puzzle. I enjoyed that a lot. I'm very happy that the answer was to subcolor it at the end. I don't know. Somehow my spidey senses led me wrong and told me that I wasn't supposed to subcolor, but very neat puzzle. This would be a very cool like tutorial puzzle for subcoloring. When we do our 6 tutorial series on subcoloring. Very cool puzzle, Crispy. I enjoyed that a lot. The very very neat. The next tutorial I think is going to be Renbon, but I'm going to wait until my schedule is established with courses. So it's going to be a couple weeks still, but I think I'm going to let myself do Renbon next for the next tutorial. Because I've been holding off on doing my dear Renbon. But that will be the next one. So if you want to be setting 2-star or sub 2-star Renbon puzzles for me to do for the tutorial day, I will be absolutely delighted if you all give me so many Renbon puzzles that I spend the day doing nothing but Renbon puzzles. I will not complain. Remember, if you want a puzzle to be a tutorial puzzle, it has to have only the constraint that the tutorial is about, so only a Renbon. And I mean, you're more than welcome to set puzzles that have Renbon and other things. I'm fairly likely to want to do them anyway. But if you want it to be the tutorial, then it has to be only Renbon. It has to be 2-star or easier. Yeah, it's surprising to me, I guess, Crispy, that that sort of it resolve. I mean, it's weird to me that this puzzle resolves at all. There's so much symmetry, and then it all sort of like doesn't quite sort of like work. But yeah, but the fact that you can color the 3, 5, 7s and then suddenly everything resolves feels miraculous to me. Like I guess maybe my instinct was, what could it possibly help? We don't know anything about any of these digits, but then the outer renbon just sort of handle it. This is this must have felt really exciting when you were setting this and got this to work, because wow, this is something. For sure. I would bet, Kurabon, that your 3-star Renbon will be the puzzle I do after I finish the tutorial. So I usually do a puzzle after the tutorial that is a little bit above it. But yeah, this is quite a puzzle. This is the most normal puzzle I've ever seen from you, Crispy. I don't know if there are lots of like vanilla constraint puzzles like this out there by you, but this one is the one I have seen that is sort of the most vanilla, but is very cool. It's such a spiral pattern. Like, the grid is striking, the solve path is striking. Yeah, all around. Very excited for this one. If you this is another one where I'll say, if you are looking to submit something to Cracking the Cryptic, this is the kind of thing that I think they would really like. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break and then come back with one more puzzle to finish out the stream for today. I'll find something, and I'll be right back. Alrighty, and we're back. Several people had commented on how they were amazed I had managed to resist doing this new 2-10th puzzle for so long, but alas, we wait no longer to do the 2-10th puzzle. In fact, actually, I might have waited so long, there might already be another 2-10th puzzle, actually. But anyway, we are going to do this 2-10th puzzle. And so the rules of this puzzle are that these diamonds are sum diamonds. They tell you the sum of all the digits that are indicated. So these two sum to 11, these four sum to 17, and so on. Note there is no repetition rule, so you can repeat freely, although I don't think that is possible anywhere in this grid. But you can normally repeat. Okay. And also, this is a little killer, which tells me that this is probably going to be a coloring puzzle. You can tell how broken up I am about that. This gives the sum of all the digits along the diagonal. In particular, there are at least one pair of repeats along the diagonal, because otherwise the diagonal would sum to 45. Fun fact. Okay, so let's start with thinking about this. Oh, sorry. The number on the little killer is a 47, but I can move it so that... Oops. There we go. That's kind of there. Kind of. Let's see. I can move it just a smidge further to the right. There we go. That's a little better. Bet cell. Do you have a suggested bet cell? 2-10th. I have been picking row 5, column 5 all day, and it has gone disastrously every single time. So if you have another suggestion of a bet cell, I will happily take you up on the suggestion of a bet cell. Something in box 2. We will make the golden bet cell row 1, column 6. Place your bets now. So we've got this whole, these whole giant strings of things. And so they're going to tell us, they're going to tell us things about things, but Garion has a good suggestion, which is that coloring this by parity might be a good place to start. So we'll try that to start and see how it goes. So, yellow is going to represent odd or even. I don't know which it's going to be. But green is the other one. And I know that these two have to have opposite parities because they sum to an odd number. And so, actually, we can continue that on down this chain. Now, these two sum to an even number, so these two actually have the same parity. But then we alternate again. These two have the same parity. These have opposite and opposite and opposite. Yellow. Somehow my brain took a surprisingly long time to answer the question, what's the one of yellow and green that's not green? But I got there eventually. Okay, so let's see if we can do something with this. So I would be using all the yellows for the column if this 8 was double yellow. But I don't see anything immediately wrong with that proposal. I mean, there's something gross I could do with math up here, but that doesn't seem... that doesn't seem appealing. If I'm being completely honest. Yeah, we can color let's just color the other one. Okay, I like Math Pesto's suggestion of just add more colors. It's not like there's a shortage. So, in fact, actually, these will all be purple. And then this will be orange. And then this will be purple and purple. Okay, so all of these along this whole string, they are all the same like that. And then we get this string. That one's one of each. That one's one of each. That's so close. Like, there's so many purples in a row. You'd think that would be interesting, but I don't see it. I'm being told this cell is orange. Let's see. Garion suggests looking at what the candidates are for this, so let's think about it. So if this was a 2, this would be a 9, and that would break. If this were a 3, this would be an 8, and then a 1, and that would break. If this were a 4, this would be a 7, and then a 2 and a 9. That seems fine. If this is a 5, this is a 6, and a 3, and an 8. That seems fine. If this is a 6, then I go 5, 4, 7. If this is a 7, I go 4, 5, 8. If this is an 8, I go 3, 6, 5. And if this is a 9, I go 2, 7, 4. Okay. So I think the lower ones, at least, got a little bit screwed up. Let's see. Let's see. J-Lub says this can't be 8, because if this is 8, then... Right, I put a 5 on a 10 clue. I can't imagine the intended path of this puzzle is just force this entire line. But it could be, who knows. Okay, so if this is a 4, okay, so Gary says if this goes 4, 7, 2, 9, 1, that doesn't work. Okay. 5, okay, so yeah, so this is interesting, I suppose. Okay, so yeah, we can just pencil mark. It feels weird to me. So let's just do this again. 5, 6, 3, 8, 2 doesn't work. 6, 5, 4, 7, 3 doesn't work either. 7, 4, 5, 6, 4, 9. Okay, so I'm going to pencil mark the 7 case, because I think the 7 case might work. 7, 4, 5, 6, 4, 9, 2, 8, 1. Nope, it doesn't. It gets you down to this 11, and then it breaks. So that does not work. So this had better be a 9 with a 2 and a 7 and a 4 and a 6. We'll hear from Zach in a second. And a 7 and a 4 and a 6 and a 3 and an 8 and a 1. Woohoo! Zach will do the dance for all of the digits at once. All the digits. Woohoo! Ha ha! So many. Thank you. Thank you, Zach. Okay. So the intended thing to think about is to sort of write in an x here and a y here and a z here, and say that x plus y is 11 and y plus z is 7. Sorry, x plus y is 11 and y plus z is 9. And so that means that x minus z is 2. And just sort of carry that all the way out. And eventually what you get is that this digit has to be 8 less than this digit. And so that tells you they had to be 9 and 1 and forces everything. That's more elegant, I guess, but also seems difficult to track. So let's see. So if I tried to do that in my head, I would go down by 2. And then... Why is this down? This feels like this should be up to me. I'm mentally doing this backwards. No, this is down by 2. And then I look at this. I don't know. I don't think this is within my mathematical abilities. Let's see. So let us have a look over here and see if we got anything out of that. 8 in column 5. This 8. It's not 3, 5. It's not 1, 7. I'm trying to figure out why it's not 1, 7. It would have to be 1, 7 in that order. Oh, if this is a 1, right. If this is a 1, that would be a 9 on a 9. That doesn't work. And this can't be a 7. So this is not 1, 7, and it's not 3, 5. So it is 2, 6, and I know the order is the point. So that's a 2, and that's a 6. So then I wrote the wrong digit. That's a 2, and that's a 6. So that's an 8, and a 4, and a 5, and a 6, and a 2. Okay. I admit I still don't think I can do the thing in my head, but I see people in chat talking about it. It seems more reasonable to some people than others, it seems like. I think I could do it easily with paper and pencil, which I admit I use paper and pencil a lot when I solve independently, but it does not make for good stream viewing if I do that. Okay, so the 7 is now 3, 4 for sure. And we know the order, the thing tells me. So that's a 3, so it's yellow. And that's green. And that's yellow. So this is a 3 and a 4 and a 7. Is negation the math pesto puzzle with like a negative version of doublers, Liam? It is high on the list of things I want to do, if that is the puzzle that you're thinking of, yeah. However, I've wanted to do Smash Boy for like 75 years, and I haven't gotten to yet. And I usually, I mean, I might just have to do a whole like Math Pesto stream just to get through Math Pesto puzzles that I really want to solve. But we were voted on to do a cool Math Pesto Hayawaki puzzle today, so we did that. So that's why I'm really far behind in my Math Pesto queue to get to the negation one, even though I want to do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, these are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Although I believe I have been told that Math Pesto in that puzzle doesn't use the no repeats rule. which is fascinating. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, these are 1, 5, 3, 5, 6. That one's not 6. Okay, so I need the outies in this box. So these sum to 23. So I need these to sum to 22. So I need these to sum to 18. The minimum these sum to is 12. So these need to sum to a max of 6. So they definitely don't include a 6, which places the 6 in the row. So that is interesting. Okay, so if these were 5 and 9, I would need these to be that. Okay, that's fine. So what about these? So these sum to 15 plus 17. Maybe I don't want to do that. I think I really don't want to do that. Let's see. So these outies sum to 23. These are min 13, so these are max 10. I guess max 10 is not quite as restrictive as max 6. Oh, but these need to sum to 21, which I was completely ignoring. But it doesn't look attractive, if I'm completely honest about it. Okay, so the outies here sum to 22. So those three have an even sum for sure. So these need to have an even sum as well. And so they can't include an 8 at the very least, because I need 2 more odds to make sure I stick with an even total. I think I need a 5 up here, don't I? If I use a 7 and 9, I'm too big. If I use 7 and 9 here, that's 16, 20, and I'm going for a total of 22. Yeah, that's not going to work. So I have to use the 5 up here, which means I can't use the 5 down here, which means these sum to 4, 8, and so I need these to sum to 14, which means they have to be 5 and 9 or double 7. So those are 5 and 9. These aren't 5 and 9. Those are 7 and 8, which gives me a Jovi wing on 7s, placing 7 in one of those 2 cells. These 2 cells now sum to, let's see, 23 minus 16 is 7. So these 2 sum to 7, so they're not 3, 4, and they're not 1, 6, so they must be 2, 5. Oh, I guess I should look at this 21 business as well. The maximum these sum to is 4, 13, 16. So this is always at least 5, but it's not 5. So this is always 6, 7, or 8. But I know it's parity, actually, because these sum to an even total always. So this digit's always odd, and so it has to be a 7. And so... oh, by the way, this is green. This is yellow. Okay, so now these 2 need to sum to 10. Well, they're definitely don't include a 5 then. Oh, by the way, all of these are odd, so these are all yellow. So there's a little mini crossbow there. So that is a 9 and a 1 and a 3 and a 5. These are all yellow. Sorry, all green. These are 2, 6, and 8. This is not 1 or 3, so it's 5, which is yellow. So the 5 in this box is over in one of these 2 cells. So the 5 is down here, and it's not there because there's a 2-5 pair looking over. Let's see. Did I do anything useful? Not quite. Ah, yes. Where is 5 in row 8 is an excellent question. 5 in row 8 can't be in any place except here. Thank you. More craps. There we go. Okay. So what about 5 in here? I guess 5 in here is in one of these 2 spots, I suppose. Oh, yeah, these two, we know there's some, actually, now that we know this. So, 14, 20, 37. So I need these two to sum to 8, and they can't be 3, 5, or 2, 6, so they're 1, 7, and I know the order. And they're yellow. And 7. So that's not a 7, so that cell is yellow. And I need a 9 somewhere in this row, but who knows much about that. Good night, Daniel. Hope you sleep well. Hope you had fun today. Okay. So at some point, I'm going to have to actually look at this diagonal, aren't I? 2 in row 8. Very good. I've got a 2 over here, so the 2 in row 8 is here. I thought the reveal in this puzzle, by the way, was going to be that we're going to have to color the entire grid until we got 5 of one color in a box, and then we were going to know that that was odd. But it did not turn out that way. Let's see. Okay, this cell must be odd because it's not 2, 4, 6, or 8, so let's color it yellow. This cell is not 2, 4, 6, or 8, so we can color it yellow. Let's see. Can't quite do that one yet. This cell and this cell are not 2, 4, 6, or 8, so they are yellow. Oh, is there a 2 in box 5 somewhere? Oh yeah, there is a 2 in box 5 somewhere. Let's see. It is, let's see, it's not there, and it's not there. I see. So this cell is green, is what you're telling me. And so now one of these two is an 8. I don't think that tells me anything, but it's cool. So 2 in box 8 is here. Yes, thank you, Mehdi. These are both yellow. So we've got those. 2, 8, 4. The even digit up there is a 6. One of these is an 8, I guess. These are both yellow because we've got all the greens for the column. So this digit is a 3 or 5 only. Let's see. Let's see. 3 in box 5. 3 in box 5 is there. Very good spot, more crabs. So this is only 1 or 9. 2, 4 pair in box 1. Yes, the 2, 4 look up. The 2, 4 get placed over there. And importantly are both even, so we can green them. Those are a 2, 4 pair. Which places the 4 down here in this box. 2, 3. I can just write in what these digits are, I suppose. They are an 8 and a 3. I don't know the order yet, but they are an 8 and a 3, which means I can write in what these two digits are, which is a 6 and a 1. Which means I can write in what these 3 digits are. 3, 4, 5, no, not 6. 7, 8, 9 is the answer. These two digits are known. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 4 and 9. So these digits are the rest. They are a 3. And, well, the 3 goes here. And then this is now a naked single. So, sorry, 3 is yellow. I don't want to leave anyone in suspense about that. And then this is 2, 3, 4. This is a 5, so it's yellow. No, it's not a 5. 5 cannot be right. It's a 6, so it's green. Sorry, I said bad things about you. Row 9, column 9. So these are not a 6, so that is a 6. All right. So that's not a 6 now, so it's yellow. It's a 1. So that is a 6. As the thing tells me, this isn't a 3. It's going to take a bit for me to decide if I like it immediately telling me these things about pencil marks or not. Because it somewhat reduces the pleasure of like writing a giant amount of pencil marks into the grid and then erasing them bit by bit because it tells you the things. But on the other hand, it helps you identify naked singles. I'm told I have 8 6s. Ah, yes, there's a 6 here. Good. The 8s should, or the digits in the pencil pad should sort of color code like in Rank's solver based on how many of them you have left. So like when there's only 2 left, it should change like slightly, and then when there's only 1 left, it should like start blinking. Okay, so what is left here? These are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Have a great day, Akuraban. Thanks for dropping by. Let's see. 7 in box 6. Yes, 7 in box 6 goes here. Let's see. I'm curious if this is going to be forced to be a 3, because if this was an 8, 9, then this would already sum to 22, 29, 33, 40, 44. Nope, that could still work. Never mind. Close. Except that it does work. It's very unfortunate. Let's see. 2 in box 9. Ah, this 2-8 pair that I ignored gave me the 5 and the green. Thank you, Liz. Ooh, enjoy watching Gordon Ramsay yelling at people. Gordon Ramsay yelling at people is like one of my favorite shows. I kind of love how that's not even enough to distinguish what show we're talking about. This is every Gordon Ramsay show. But I've enjoyed a good bit of Hell's Kitchen in my my day. Let's see. These are from 149. This one's not a 4, so it's yellow. That's that seems important. Let's see. There's definitely a 5 in here, and it's not there, so it's one of those. One's only in 2 places in this row. Okay, what about these? These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. This one's not a 1. There's a 5, 8, or 9. Well, that sure didn't help, if I'm honest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's too many digits. What did I screw up? Oh, there's already a 5. These are 3, 8, 9. That one's not 3. Yes, I should remind everyone that I do stream Fridays now. So same time as today, I will stream on Friday. So I look forward to seeing you then. Hopefully you will enjoy the new day of Sudoku. I can finish column 6 at the risk of filling in the bet cell. So I'll be very careful. So the only things left are a 1 and a 9. So I'll fill in a 1 or a 9 there. I really thought the diagonal was going to be a thing, but I unfortunately, the thing that I thought I could prove, I can't. Because I thought I could prove that if this was 8 or 9, it would be too big. What if this was 8? It would be 15, 19, 23, 30, 35, and I would need the remaining 3 cells to sum to 12. Is it possible that these cells sum to 12? Well, this could be 8 with a 3 and a 1. Yes, unfortunately, that is very plausible. That is very unfortunate. Let's see. I guess we just keep filling things in. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 4. That one's not a 5, apparently. Okay. I really have used all my sum diamonds, right? Like, literally, it's Little Killer plus Sudoku, right? Oh, I am told there's one thing I can do on the diagonal. Is it not possible that this is a 1? 8, 13, 20, 24, 28. I would need the remaining cells to add to 19. So, nope, that's possible. Is it possible that this is 8, say? That would be 15, 20, 24, 28, 35. I would need to keep... no, that's not possible. That's too big. So if this is 8, we get too big. So 15... if this is 8 or more, we're at least 23. We're at least 30. We're at least 35. We only have 12 left to give, but the minimum we can do is 3 plus 2 plus 8, which is 13. So this can't be 8 or 9. This is a 1. That's the point. So this is a yellow. That's a 9. This is green. This is green. This is yellow. This is, I'm being told, yellow. So this is a 9, a 1. This, I'm being told, is green. So this is a 4, and this is also a green. So this is 4 and 8. This is not 8. The 4 looks down and makes that yellow. Making that a 9, and that a 4. So we can probably fill in like that cell now. So this is yellow and is a 5. These are both odd. And so they are a 3-9 pair for the row. And this is odd as well, actually. But I actually know what this one is if I look closely. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, it's a 1. I don't know how I missed 1. So we've got the 1 there. Let's see. I'm being encouraged to think about parity in the Little Killer clue. So that is a fair criticism. So we are at even, 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 even. So these two need to sum to an odd total. Oh, note the red 8. Yes. If I noted the red 8, that would help. This is always odd, so this has to be even, is the point. Otherwise, I'm going to get to an even total. And if I get to an even total, I am never going to succeed at my life goals. Oops. No. So that is a 7 and an 8. This is now the 7 for this box. This is not a 7. These are a 9 and a 5. The 9 goes there. The 5 goes there. The 1 goes there. Let's see. So we should probably look at the rest of this. Oh, this is a 3, actually. That's cool. Just gimme. And so that's a 1. So that is a green and a yellow. 8 and 3 like that. So that is a 2 and an 8. And that is a 4 and a 2. Yes, and we've got a deadly pattern on 3 9s, which is why the little killer is there, because now we've got all of our digits along the little killer except for 1. So 15, 23, 24, 31, 36, 44 means this needs to be a 3. Also, this is yellow. 3 and 9, 3 and 9. We have all the greens in row 2, so this cell is yellow. We have all the yellows in column 5, so this cell is green. Now we have all the greens in box 2, so this cell is yellow. So we're done our coloring. And so this is the last even digit, so it's a 4. This is the last odd digit for the row, so it's a 5. And this is a 9. So the bet cell was a 9. So if you bet that the bet cell would be a 9, congratulations, you have succeeded. Interesting. I'll have to think about this intro and see if I can convince myself that I could actually do this in my head. So I can't do it in my head while talking out loud, but I probably could in fact do it in my head if I sat in a quiet room and stared at a wall. But it's interesting that you can sort of just try it and then sort of figure out what it has to be, which is also interesting. Yeah, the little killer did get used a few different ways, which is interesting. Of course, the best little killer is one which is not in the puzzle at all, but the second best little killer, I suppose, is that. Yeah, I'm curious how I'll end up feeling about the conflict checker on pencil marks, and I'm also curious how chat will feel about the conflict checker on pencil marks. So I feel like a lot of my interaction with chat is somewhat hurt by it auto-checking my pencil marks, but it might just let us do more puzzles. I don't know. I feel like it might just make me not pay attention to things in a way that I should. We'll have to see. I'm plenty willing to try it for a bit and see what I think and what you all think about the conflict checker on those things. And then we can go from there. I don't know if I'm going to end up using it full time or not. And it doesn't do things like it doesn't do anything like hiddens or nakeds or anything like that. It only tells you if you've missed like a thing that you should see in a pencil mark. As I said, I think the biggest thing is that like it's very satisfying often to pencil mark all 4 candidates that remain in a row, and then slowly look at them and remove remove the ones that show up by glancing around, and that can be satisfying. And this time there were a few times where I did that and it just sort of like showed me the red things, and that's not as satisfying. But yeah, it's interesting, and I'll see as we go how it works out. But anyway, thank you for joining me on this new scheduled adventure. So as I said, I'll be back on Friday, so I hope to see many of you then, and then I'll be back on Sunday as well. So we're going to settle into the new sort of stream schedule as I get back to having a job that actually has hours and these sorts of things. Thank you so much to everyone who's come and hung out. Thank you so much to all of those of you who support us on Patreon and on YouTube. Again, if you want to support us on YouTube and get the fancy green name like a bunch of people in chat, get the fancy Zach emotes, both Dancing Zach and Not Dancing Zach, you can get those by clicking the join button down below. Or if you want to support us on Patreon, you can go to patreon.com/zetamath. You can do either of those. Thank you also. Extra special thank you to those of you who support us at the highest level. Those people are David Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, Franco, and Woofer. Thank you so much for all you do for the stream. It really does mean a lot. And thank you from Zach and I as well. All right. Well, it is time for Zach and I to log off for the day, but we will see you real soon. So have a wonderful day, whether it be morning or evening or whatever time it is, and I'll see you next time.